like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on the spot, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just let me all night.
Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, that's what I want.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have faith in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend, and I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？ Good evening, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome back to the WRL Asia for another banger of a day here. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and I am so excited for the games we have today.
We have two APAC matches set aside for you guys, two PH Max matches to be exact more, because we have G2 Blacklist against Edward Gaming tonight. After Edward Gaming is so far defeating so many of our Titan teams. They won even against Thunder Talk, won against Trace Esports, and recently they 2-0'd Nova Esports. So this is definitely going to be a big challenge, I must say, for G2 Blacklist. But let's see how they are going to be going. Then we have
Oh,
another
yeah.
APAC match, which is Woohoo Gaming and NAOS.
Yeah, a very packed day here at the WRL-A. I'm really excited for that G2 Blacklist versus EDG match because, as you said, EDG, they're kind of the giant killers right now. And, you know, G2 Blacklist, they're one of those giants in the APAC scene. I mean, they've been doing really, really well for themselves so far. They just came off of a victory with, you know, against FPX. And taking a look at the standings, yeah, you can see EDG really torpedoing themselves up to the top levels, right under Trace Esports already with 7 wins and 3 losses. That is a really, really good record, especially lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Thundertalk still is the one at the very top, Trace Esports as well. But next up is Edward Gaming. And to think that this team has started on this tournament on a 3-match lose streak, losing against OMG, FPX, and Woohoo Gaming. Now they're at top 3. Man, they're looking to really challenge the big teams right now and establish their control. They're on their way as well. So sorry, I'm too much hyping on EDG because this is just absolute dominance that they are showcasing right now. They're on their way towards going to the 8-win streak because that has been the limit so far of the teams. Thundertalk has had 8-0 before they lost to EDG. Trace Esports as well had 8-win streak before they lost to EDG. Now they're about to reach that mark.
Yeah, and I mean, they do deserve the hype, you know what I'm saying? On the other side of the coin, though, the APAC standings, we have KT Rolster Y. They did, you know, kind of reverse their misfortune earlier on in the season. They're now at the top of the list, as, you know, they kind of were in the last season at this point. But of course, G2 Blacklist and NAOS Esports not very far off, just like 1 win off of them. And of course, G2 Blacklist has that chance to, you know, bring themselves to that level and even take that top spot if they win against EDG today. Of course, they did come off of a win versus FPX, another really, really solid CN conference team. So a lot of really big hopes on G2 Blacklist today, as well as NAOS Esports.
Especially that they're on the road towards redeeming their prior spot a while ago, because right now we're seeing KT Rolster Y being at number 1. To think that they've really grinded through from rank 4, rank 3, and then rank number 1. This is definitely an amazing performance by KT Rolster Y so far. But let's see how our other APAC teams are going to be performing, especially today. Starting with G2 Blacklist against Edward Gaming. This is, again, another great challenge for G2 Blacklist, considering that they've had defeated quite some CN confidence teams, especially FPX recently. They're on a 3-series win streak as well. Here is the lineup of G2 Blacklist, looking to have a great time today with Carl as their Baron laner.
Yeah, Carl, Katie, Aaron, Golden Kite Draw, these names should be very, very familiar to you if you are a fan of the APAC scene here in the Wild Rift, because this is one of the strongest teams really in the Asia Pacific region. They basically challenged the gods last season in KBG. Yeah, they lost in the finals, but still, that was an incredible run. And EDG, they do seem like the Titan killers right now. Call them Aaron Yeager, because they're becoming the Titan themselves now, the team to beat. Just from the past few weeks, they seem like they've really adjusted to the playstyle of this meta, and they're really coming into their own.
Absolutely. This is the only team that right now with a great standing so far, with a great win streak. 7 win streaks so far, looking to have their 8th right now if they win against a G2 Blacklist. And also, they're the only team that secures this kind of win streak through ruthless aggression. Always going in, always looking for fights, always looking a way to dominate the game. Not only just some macro plays that we see on split pushing and one team fight, and then that leads to another lead. No, they look for fights constantly, and they've done it against Thundertalk, against Trace Esports, and even against Nova Esports. Now we look at the head-to-head and see that, yeah, this is definitely 0711's game, especially in how they are able to secure the KDAs. But if we look at the participation of KD, he does make some great efforts into securing a couple of kills, securing objectives for G2 Blacklist, and we saw them even having such a great time when they battled against FPX. Back-to-back steals, and looking forward to have it again happening against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, KD really a hero player here for G2 Blacklist with his his jungling style, and he really assists the team. And I love the fact that the junglers are really getting spotlighted this season with kind of the shift in importance of the jungle role. It's now really important to keep your jungler ahead, or even just on par with the other junglers, so that you have that really good contest when you start going for those objectives. Because otherwise, if you give the double objective start to the other team, it's very difficult to come back from that. And that's something that EDG really like to have, is just greeting for every single objective that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. That even happened yesterday against Skipes Gaming when they battled against Weibo Gaming, right? KBG was going for Soul, but they lost in a team fight. Weibo Gaming won the team fight 4-0, and they just pushed mid, and they won game number 1. This time can happen again. Let's see who will actually get the throne here. Who will get the victory? Of course, we look at the head-to-head matchup between Golden Kite and Alone, and see that Alone definitely is getting a lot of that KDA, especially in how aggressive Edward Gaming is. But we cannot discount Golden Kite. This guy is one of the best Dragon laners that the Philippines has ever produced, possibly ever right now, and it looks to have a great time as well here in the series.
Oh yeah, the raw talent cannot be understated here for Golden Kite. And I just noticed both of them have ones in their names. You know who else has a one in their name? Me, G10. But that is just some of the things that kind of make these two not like equal, but very comparable. You got the one in their name. Who's gonna come out on top? Who's gonna be number 1 in the Dragon Lane fight? Will it be Alone or Golden Kite? Because really, Alone, he loves that aggressive AD playstyle. Golden Kite really likes that as well, but he can also like be passive, and kind of just defend his lane and kind of go even and show up later on when the team really needs him to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. Alone has been very stable in the performance here of Edward Gaming. We saw him really struggle in the first few games that they've had, especially that he gets caught in behind all alone. That's why we kind of had the meme on his name as well. But lately he has been more and more independent and more involved in the fights here of Edward Gaming. This is going to be very challenging for sure. The story has been established already with G2 Blacklist having to be struggling here in this game. But very possible for them to deny the win streak of EDG as well, and finally take over yet another CN team. That's the goal here of G2 Blacklist. Let's see if that's gonna happen. We'll just go to the stage for the proper introduction of the host.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎来到英雄联盟亚洲联赛 WRL-A 的比赛现场，我是小优。今天是常规赛第7周第3个比赛日，本场比赛将由奎松 G2B 战队对阵 EDG 战队。在这场针尖对麦芒的较量中，究竟是 G2B 无惧强敌再攀高峰，还是 EDG 强势出击完成8连胜壮举？答案留给赛场。Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. I'm Peggy. Today is the 3rd game day of Week 7 of the regular season. The first match will be between Kaizom G2B and EDG. In this strong duel, whether G2B is not afraid of strong enemies to claim the peak, or EDG is a strong attack to complete the feat of 8 wins in a row, the answer is left to the field.
Awesome dress, by the way, by Peggy. I think that's one of the most beautiful dress that we have seen in this stage so far in both seasons.
Absolutely love it. The stylists are doing a really great job here.
Yeah. Imagine if the players as well like wore a dress.
That would be dope. That would be dope.
Right. Like going formal, having like a suit and tie. Oh, I think that's going to be uncomfortable though to play. Yeah, maybe not the best idea.
I mean, look, you only need, your hands, right? You only need 2 hands. You don't need that much mobility. It's not like you're playing, like, football or something, right? You could definitely play Wild Rift in a dress, man. It's all a matter of perspective. It's all a matter of mindset here. But, of course, the mindset of EDG, they want to keep that win streak going. They want to get to that 8 win streak point and then surpass that.
Absolutely. And I just imagined them if they were like suits. I believe it's already a bit hot there at some time. That's why they have phones, especially when the fights get heated up. Phones definitely not the most comfortable way of playing sometimes if your hands get sweaty. So I think this is already really great coming from them. They have jerseys as well. I wish that we could only have a couple as well. I would love to have one as well on my closet. I do like collecting those jerseys from players as well. It serves as a souvenir for me. And looks like we're not gonna be seeing the cameras hit today for our APAC teams. We don't see the the trash talk session happen as well, unfortunately. But yeah, the more important thing is gonna be showed here by our players, which is their playstyle, which is how they are going to attempt to secure the victory here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about the chances of G2 Blacklist against EDG right now, because G2 Blacklist, they just came off a victory from FPX, who's kind of conceptually the same kind of playstyle as EDG, very aggressive, really likes going for those skirmishes, likes getting those early fights in, and they won against FPX, so that is a possibility that G2 Blacklist can kind of read what they did right there and build on that in this match against EDG, because if they can kind of manage that, then EDG will have, and if they can counterplay that aggression, EDG will have a much harder time trying to force themselves onto G2 Blacklist when G2 doesn't want to really have an engage.
Yeah, I mean, G2 Blacklist has adapted really well during their match against FPX, because FPX, they're like the mini EDG, to be honest. They're really aggressive as well, but at times they can be overzealous. They can make a couple of mistakes, miscalculate their aggressive playstyle, and become reckless instead. And G2 Blacklist has been able to get their comebacks through those types of setups. If EDG would even do the slightest thing, I'm sure G2 Blacklist would have an answer.
Yeah, definitely looking like the answers are in the playbook of G2 Blacklist, but can they have the strongest answer is the question. But that's the question for the match itself. Before we get there, of course, we have the fight for side first, which is, may I remind you guys, an ARAM match where it's really all about team fighting and your basically raw mechanics, teamwork in that very tight corridor that is the Howling Abyss. So that's kind of like a teaser for all of the skirmishes that'll be going on later on in the match.
Let's see who's gonna be getting the victory here. We have a Samira, by the way, and the Kata.
And they're already going at it already at the very start. Oh, the first blood goes over to EDG, and that gives them the confidence to just go in. Golden Kite basically at 100 HP. Aaron had a heal as well. Carl has just got him back in, and oh my, yeah, you are right. There's a Katarina. And they didn't even wait for the minions. They just went all in from the very get-go.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're going in already. Another kill. Another 2 kills, actually. Katie will be going down here as well. No, EU will be going down. Katie, he's being dove under his second tower. EDG just, they don't really care about the lane. They just want the kills right now, and they're going to pay for it a little bit. 0711 goes down as well. The score is even up 4-4.
Very great team fighting base compositions coming in from the G2 Blacklist and EDG. The Jace is going to be having such a great time here for sure. Shock Blast is not going to be dodged that much by G2B. The space is too tight.
Yeah. Howling Abyss. It is just one lane, and Aaron eats that accelerated Shock Blast once again. And just look at the comp. Ooh, already with the Shockwave. Xiao Zhang. He's really going for it, and so is 0711 right under the tower. They're getting damage on the tower, they're getting damage on the champions as well, and it's really difficult for G2 Blacklist. Oh, there's Ornhorn onto 2, but it's really difficult for G2 Blacklist to kind of answer back, because they do have Golden Kite and Draw on Vayne and Teemo, which they do require a little bit of setup and a little bit of items to be really effective in this mode.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be watching Draw for Hulot!
Oh, let's go, Aaron. He just went in and got absolutely punished. And maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I think Katie was supposed to go in with him. Speaking of Katie, he is in. Oh, the Samira tried to go for that. Got 1 kill, but will be going down as well. A good trade there. Draw is me. Oh, what a snipe onto Golden Kite. And now Katie's all alone there. Draw is in the bush. He's invisible. Can he get this assassination out to Langui?
Poison?
No, just barely. What? The poison will not take him down, and he goes down too. Aaron will be the one to take care of Langui, but that was just a little bit of a miscalculation of Draw. Maybe another auto attack would have sealed the deal.
Yeah, let's see. That was an interesting exchange of blows coming in from both squads. This time they take the kill onto Jace. Finally, Year's gonna be taken down. G2 Blacklist can now answer back a little bit. Because, yeah, this is going to be very challenging for them. They have a Vayne, they have a Teemo as well. Not really the best backline.
Yeah, but Langui is gonna get aggressed on really hard. The Fiora goes down. Great coordination there by G2 Blacklist, and that does stifle the team fighting potential a little bit of EDG. But of course, since they still have that Orianna, Xiaojang can definitely just go wild with the shockwave whenever 0711 decides to go in with that Ornhorn.
This time, they have to really watch their steps here. EDG does have a lot of those, a lot of ways that they can just cancel out the shrooms later on. It can be quite difficult though, especially during team fights, because they want to go in just like this.
Oh, speed of going in, Aaron already in there, but there's a shockwave and the swing and a miss from the Ornhorn, and Katie's in there like swimwear, but Draw is gonna go down, and that is the backline basically. Golden Kite really not able to do anything, and that's an ace for EDG. They're gonna be taking this first turret as well.
Great team fighting, of course. This is Edward Gaming. Even in this warm-up game, the fight for side and the Howling Abyss, they will just gonna be not hesitate at all in going in and trying to engage here towards the members of G2 Blacklist. They have taken the tower already, or at least one of the towers here of G2 Blacklist, and they can still go for more. Since they love team fights, they have the composition for it as well. Alone has to be looked out for a lot here.
Yeah, you really have to look for things. Speaking of looking for things, they look for that kill onto Langui. They're kind of focusing right now on 0711. They did get him. Now Xiaojang incredibly low. The Katarina, the resets coming in as Carl gets another couple of kills. But the accelerated shock blast will be sniping him out. Now they're going to go onto you under the tower. Can they actually secure this kill? Yes, they can. As Katie and Golden Kite just come in. Golden Kite starting to scale up here on that Vayne. They take the tower as well. G2 Blacklist really answering back. They now actually have more kills than EDG at the moment.
Yeah, they have. They can push this tower as well. Aaron still able to tank a lot of those damage coming in from Langui and the rest of EDG as well. This time, after some of them arriving from the base, able to cash in for their items, they can now have a better fighting chance against G2 Blacklist. Now they go for the healing font for now. Reset a bit, regenerate a couple of their health. Draw is setting up with the shrooms, slowly slowing them down too.
Yeah, and there is Aaron going in with the showstopper. Can he actually get the stop on these guys? Yes, he can. There's another 1-2 kills for G2 Blacklist. Now 0711, he's trying to run away, but he really can't because he's Ornn. And the damage, the burst is there for G2 Blacklist. They just needed a couple items, and now they are actually ahead of the EDG.
Now they can take this tower down as well. Nothing that Langui and Xiaojang can do
Kite.
as of the moment.
Oh, Golden Kite!
One more
auto attack. Oh, Langui actually with a snowball turns it around, and Katie goes down as well. And there's a tank gone. Carl trying to get those resets, but he's not successful. So that is 3 kills. Now they're hunting down Draw alone, trying
Snowball.
to keep him from going alone. Snowball hits, and that is going to be it. Aaron, the last man standing. At least he can still defend. He's pretty tanky here. But the rest of G2 Blacklist should be respawning soon. They should be able to help with this push. But EDG not looking as aggressive as they were in the early game because they know that G2 is scaling a little bit. And the execute their unfortunate timing, because that's right when G2 Blacklist respawning, go for the fight, and the showstopper. The Samir is gone already. The snowball onto you as you tries to run away, but he's Jace, so he doesn't really have that much great mobility. Golden Kite was trying to hunt them down. Langui taking a lot of damage from the silver bolts, but Golden Kite taking a lot of damage as well. Good thing that G2 Blacklist has guys to back him up. They're already on that Nexus.
They can maybe chip down the HP here of the Nexus. Let's see what Xiaojang is going to be able to do here. 0711 is also here alone as well. Lands the Darkin Blade, kills the Slun.
Up, and there is the kill onto Aaron, but the Ornhorn did land there. Golden Kite still alive somehow. Draw with the assassination mission from the back as Katie and Carl and Golden Kite are fighting for their lives. Actually, Golden Kite just taken down. Carl trying to go for the resets. He just sees another one. He gets it. And can he get alone here? Yes, he can. A triple kill for Carl, the savior of the day here for that team fight for G2 Blacklist.
Absolutely gets the triple kill and also that outplay against you, against Alone, and against Jang as well. Definitely was not expected coming in from Edward Gaming. Now after the Infinity Orb, we'd have the Death Cap as well completed for Carl. This Katarina is just gonna deal so much damage, especially after he goes back to base again.
Yeah, that is a really decent play from Carl. I mean, he is gonna have a lot of money to spend when he does go back to base. And that's just going to be really deadly for EDG if they can't find the perfect setup. And as I say that, Golden Kite goes in. He's going invisible. He's hunting them down. But that was just for the intimidation factor. Carl, of course, is very low. He gets accelerated shock blast assassinated. And there's the Horn Call, the Forge God. Golden Kite going down. Great snowball there by Langley. But Kaidi and Draw are just trying to hide and actually try to get an assassination mission. And they seem to be pretty successful there as they get a couple of kills. But you just survived barely for just a little bit of a second. A little bit too much for G2 Blacklist to deal with. So now EG have an opportunity here to go for that tower. They're waiting for the minions here because they do want to get this tower and not really get executed for it. Carl is going to be coming up with a lot more combat power here in just a second.
Round completed already for Carl. Be able to at least deny some of the damage instance coming in from EDG. But when it goes for a reset as well, this is going to be a great opportunity for Carl to just deal the damage later on, of course, with a Death Lotus. But they have to be really wary of Alone as well, because the Inferno Trigger can do much more sometimes, especially when the Collector is already there alongside with the Infinite Edge, and both of those items are present already for Alone. So definitely, they have to find ways to cancel him out.
Oh, that's a snowball from Aaron to start it off, and the showstopper onto Longui. But is Longui the right target? Because there's a shockwave onto 2. Aaron is taken out very low, but Katie dies. So that's the tax gone for G2 Blacklist. They have to kite backwards here because they really can't take this engage. Golden Kite already down to about half health from 1 accelerated shock blast. Carl, he's looking for it. The assassination, classic Katarina.
They will go in for sure. There. Aaron, though, is chunked down a little too low. Will Carl go in after landing that snowball? It looks like the answer is going to be no for the meantime, especially with the amount of cancel that Edward Gaming does have. For instance, just 1 hammer strike coming in from you will be enough. 1 charge as well from 0711, and I think he's just trying to time that.
Yeah. Oh, look at how much that Jace hurts. Half health on draw from 1 accelerated shock blast. That has gotta stay, as Timo says. And once again, Aaron, he lands a snowball. He goes in with the showstopper. He isolates you, and that is a good priority target to take down, as Carl is the one who takes that kill. And now Katie can actually aggress here with the rest of them, because Draw and Golden Kite do a lot of damage here. As well, while Carl can mop up the scraps. Longui has to use that riposte, but Carl just times it perfectly to get that kill and get out easily. There's a shockwave onto 2, and it immediately deletes Golden Kite, but there's a charge. 0711 knocks up 2. Can Katie actually kite this back, as Draw is trying to do as much damage as he can, trying to get an assassination on Xiao Zhang, but Xiao Zhang is a little bit too wary. There's the ultimate coming from Alone. It's just Carl now versus 3. I think he thinks he can go for Xiao Zhang here, but he gets stunned by 0711. He at least gets that kill, but he trades his life for it. Now Alone and 0711, they are 2 versus 1 here against Aaron.
And I don't think they can actually push this out, because Aaron is going to be here. Golden Kite about to spawn up as well. Just picked up the Wit's End. They will try to damage him out. Still is able to escape. Gets the denial of the further damage as well, using the Haymaker. And EDG just gonna reset. I think they're just gonna be waiting for the other members as well, particularly Xiao Zhang, because that's the player that sets up for the fight alongside with 0711. And leading the front though, has to be very careful.
80 getting a little bit tanky, and he's gonna have a lot of room to use that World Ender soon. Golden Kite going for the hunt already. They know that Xiao Zhang's not there yet, so they're going to take this opportunity. But unfortunately, he just goes down, and that's the tank gone. And there's a showstopper from Aaron, but in the completely wrong direction, as 0711 is dead, but the rest of them are too. There's Samira doing some Samira things, getting a couple kills for himself, and now Carl can't even do his resets because he wasn't on Alone. He was on the other side of the fight, and that's an ace for G2 Blacklist, and that should be the game.
They can just end this already. And again, it's a team fighting. If EDG just makes them shine so much. And they're going to shine this time around, at least in the fight per side. And again, for everyone that is just tuning in right now on the live stream, this match is dedicated to determine which team will get the side selection priority. And with EDG winning, they do get to decide whether they go on blue side or red side on game number 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very beautiful team fighting there from EDG. There were some moments where G2 Blacklist really could have had it, but unfortunately, the carries were a bit too squishy to really be effective later on, you know, with the Teemo, with the Vayne. That was just too much front-loaded damage and not enough really survivability, especially when that Samira came in and just, you know, used her Inferno trigger and basically deleted both of them in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of the Samira. Unfortunately, we don't really see it much or at all in the competitive play. It's too difficult to actually use, but at least we get to see it on the fight per side on there. That's the beauty of this game, this mini game that they actually play. We get to see other champions be used, like Teemo, like the Katarina, like the Samira. Sometimes we do see other champions as well. Hopefully, in time, we would see the Zyra as well, because I've seen and just had a lot, quote-unquote, of fun going up against a Zyra, which is so busted, to be honest. That champion is a tilter.
She's a tilter. Always has been. Always has been.
That's the goal, right? Seed your anger towards your enemies. Plant in the seed of their frustration.
Yes, that's very on theme. Very on theme for. Oh man. Now I kind of want to see though Samira be picked up in the in the actual games and regular matches, just because I think she's kind of underutilized because she's so high risk, high reward. But I feel like if EDG, were to play her, she would kind of fit that playstyle perfectly. It's just that there are so many better ADs at the moment that just statistically, synergistically, that it becomes really difficult to kind of pick a champion like that and without a specific setup to counter your opponent. But let's get right into the picks and bans here.
Let's see. What is going to be the composition that Edward Gaming will choose, especially after they have selected to be on blue side? First pick priority definitely is going to be in their advantage, but last pick is on G2 Blacklist. That can be very helpful, especially towards Carl, if he would have a surprise champion to be used in the Baron lane, or if Golden Kite and Aaron would have a bit of an adjustment, which they have done many times, particularly when they matched up against FPX. Now, Edward Gaming, though, is gonna leave a couple of other champions open. What is going to be the last ban here of G2 Blacklist? Will it be the Akali? Yeah, it has to be banned away because Yu is just so good on this champion.
Yu is really one of those specialists. Like, there are a lot of mid laners, that are really good at Akali, but Yu is just exceptional, especially with the playstyle that EDG likes. To have Akali just really fits that mold perfectly, so you cannot risk giving him Akali if you do not have a specific counter or, a plan to deal with that.
Fiora now is going to be picked up by Xiaojang, one of his signature champions that he has used multiple times already. Looking to be unstoppable as well, because that's how EDG shines, right? Every single lane, they're going to be very aggressive, and much more when they go for team fights as well. Now, this provides so much sustain as well with the Grand Challenge later on if it's going to be proc. G2 Blacklist responding accordingly, though. Picking up the Renekton that can win against the Fiora early game, but asterisk on that as well, because if the Renekton loses, that's a double down loss, even more towards the late game, right?
Exactly, because Renekton, not the best late game champion. I think that's an understatement. But he can, gap Xiaojang here, but Carl really has to be on point. Maybe call for a little bit of jungle assistance from KD there. Zeri versus Sivir here in the Dragon lane, most likely. I'm saying most likely because Aaron can maybe flex on that Zeri if they have, a specific plan, especially since it looks like the Corki is going mid lane. Yeah. So it could be double ADs on both sides. But Sivir has just been really, really good in this meta. And teams, ever since she was released, have just been really valuing her a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because of the movement speed that she provides, just extra ways to set up for fights. But it can be quite dangerous as well for EDG, especially that now the Yone is going to be picked up surely to be in the jungle for KD later on. But you mentioned double ADCs, right? Potentially this Zeri can just go into the mid lane like what you mentioned and have like a Lucian in the Dragon lane for Golden Kite, or have it switched up, because both of them can just use both of these champions really well and can have a standing chance against their counter matchups as well, which is the Corki and Severe.
Yeah, so the part that I don't agree with for G2 Blacklist, if they do decide to go double ADs, is that they will only have AD damage, right? So it's going to be really easy to itemize against them. Granted, Fiora, not really a tank item user, so yeah, it's kind of a moot point, but still, you really want to have, you know, that mix of magic and AD damage. So a lot of things to think about here for G2 Blacklist. I think they can put a Lucian there in that mid lane to go up against a Corki, but it does look like EDG is calling that bluff. They're like, all right, we see the Zeri, we think it's gonna go in the mid lane, so we're gonna ban out an Ashe, which, you know, Golden Kite is a really proficient user of, and supports being banned out, Alistar, Galio. Curiously, no ban on the Ornn, so that's still up. That could be picked up by G2 Blacklist here. Really great engaged champion, has been meta for a while, but they're going to be going for the more aggressive option here in Nautilus.
Besides, this is going to be the Nautilus. Yeah, indeed. Just going to be picked up here for draw. That leaves the Ornn available here for EDG, and of course, 0711 back on his champion again that just gave so much trauma to anyone that did not respect this champion for him. That includes Race Esports, and that included Nova Esports as well recently. Now they pick up the Ornn. This is a scary composition coming in from EDG. Okay, the Morgana gets picked here for G2 Blacklist, but it's not really the best champion to be given towards Golden Kite. I mean, it's in the name. We want to see him on an EDC, but this can actually help KD. I get that. We get the intention here coming from G2 Blacklist, but they have to really be on point, especially that they're battling against the Titan gods, the God Slayers, the Titan Slayers, EDG.
Absolutely, and I think the one flaw I do see in EDG's composition is that they're all AD. Literally every single one of them, except for the Ornn, is AD. So Renekton could go that full tank route. Maybe if he, you know, if he loses early in lane to the Fiora, could just go full tank, be the front line, along with the Nautilus, who's definitely just going to be building armor items here against this composition in particular. And we have seen how thick a Nautilus can get running down, you know, in the river with those really tanky items, because that's going to be very difficult to take him down since he has that escape tool with his dredge line, and he's got a shield. He can, of course, tank a lot of damage if he's just going to go full armor. So if G2 Blacklist can kind of exploit that in the late game, and kind of put their front line somewhere where, you know, EDG can't really get around it efficiently, then maybe they can go for that front to back that they kind of want. They don't want that Kha'Zix to be jumping on that back line, so they're gonna want to do front to back.
I mean, front to back is the way to go, especially for G2 Blacklist. They have so many crowd controls in their composition. If we were to consider the slow coming from the Laser of Aaron as well on the Zeri, that can be one as well. Then we can safely say that all 5 champions does have crowd control on G2 Black. EDG, on the other hand, has loads of damage through damage from the Fiora, isolation damage from the Kha'Zix, magic damage coming from the Corki, and the Severe as well on the pokes. And we talked about, we've seen as well, so many poke compositions, double poke in fact, just allows a team to win. And now that's present for EDG as well. They can use it to chip down some of the HP bars here of G2 Blacklist before they actually strike full engage.
Absolutely, and that is something that G2 has to be super aware of. So that's what I'm saying, they really have to kind of dial in that front line, so that, you know, then not only do they try to avoid that poke, but, you know, they should kind of catch that poke if it's going for one of their squishier members. So that's gonna be a little bit of a tough balancing act for G2 Blacklist to pull off in that late game. Carl already getting ignited.
No.
And of course, Xiao Zhang, you know, he is just a Fiora player through and through. He knows how to play this matchup, and no surprise here that Carl is getting a little bit bullied in the early game.
Yeah, just loving every single moment that he has there in the top lane. Because that's Renekton, after losing a bit, the wave is going to be crashed in, denied more of the CS towards Karl, and this Fiora of Xiao Zhan is just going to flourish even more. Fortunately, Karl is able to at least answer and get the next wave incoming. So XP and gold is still going to be transferred, injected towards him. Level 4 right now. Just a little XP lead that Xiao Zhan has secured so far. But we have to consider that in the long run again. Because EDG, they can utilize that. They can send out 0711 to gank top lane later on. And that can be the case as well for them to establish more control in the Baron lane.
Yeah, speaking of the lane control, looks like G2 is looking for a little bit of river control. Some really a lot of priority here on the bot side because they don't want Golden Kite to, you know, get bullied by Alone, because that's something that can happen with a Sivir. She just clears the wave and then goes for that poke. Especially against a Morgana, who's not the best at clearing lanes, clearing waves, especially early game. At the start, yeah, but looks like Golden Kite is doing a pretty decent job of it with that Tormented Sword at the moment. Now this is a gank onto Xiao Zhan as Karl and Katie go hard, but there is no kill here to be found, just half healthing that Fiora.
That's gonna be an opportunity for 0711 to work around in the map. We have seen him in the mid lane, just check in a bit if ever Aaron is gonna be overextending.
Oh, that is a great bait on the riposte, but it looks like Karl is trapped behind enemy lines. Yu comes in to help the homie out, and Karl is down to 1 bar of HP. At least Aaron is there.
Oh no!
It's a double lockup. Oh, but it will not result. Kieran actually gets the first blood over to you.
Unfortunate for G2 Blacklist. They ganked top lane twice and was unsuccessful with it, with one member of EDG, which is Yu, having just 1 HP, and KD went in, got punished heavily by the tower. That one extra auto attack just was enough to take him down, and the first blood comes through for EDG with 1.6 thousand gold lead. It's already a nightmare for G2 Blacklist.
Man, that is an oopsie and a half there for G2 Blacklist. They invested so many resources and ended up giving up first blood too. Very, very unfortunate. I think Aaron could have maybe tanked that tower like for 1 shot so that, you know, Katie could have been safe, but it's very difficult to get these micro adjustments in the heat of battle. So
yeah,
that with that small lead, EDG have like a lot of leeway now to kind of aggress in the rest of the match.
They have to find a way to get back here in this game, especially in a way for them to recover the gold lead that EDG is slowly getting right now. They take the bottom side scuttle, maybe as an intention for them to either get info on the starting of EDG or for them to actually have leverage when they start it up. I think it's going to be very important for them to secure this dragon for their scaling, but also find a way for them to interrupt the RH control of EDG, because if they bash this tower into the mid lane, that's additional the impact of that normally is 2,000 to 3,000 gold, especially by EDG. They have to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, but it does look like EDG is kind of focusing more on this Drake right now, or at least where their positioning was for that specific moment in time. They just kind of wanted to prevent Katie from doing it, but now we see 0711 heading up towards that Rift Herald. That may be the goal here now, just to get that one. Have the team stall that Drake really hard and then try to go for that double. But we see the Ornhorn coming in, and as well as the big Valkyrie coming in from you. Draw has been isolated, and that means that he will be going down at least.
Fate Seal!
It's gonna go. There's a Fate Seal onto 2, and that's gonna be 1 kill, 2 kills for G2 Blacklist. 2 kills and a Drake. Trade for 1 kill and a Rift Herald, as well as the first tower of the game. It's still EDG who comes out on top.
That was a great setup coming in from, again, KD on their own. And definitely one way to redeem his performance a while ago in the Baron lane. But again, they have to consider this gold lead that is rising up towards EDG. Dominus is going to be used. EDG will just walk it away for now.
Yeah, that was more of an intimidation Dominus than anything, because really the numbers advantage was on EDG, but G2 successfully able to stop them from taking any more tower plates. It really is just prevention now for G2 Blacklist, as they don't really want to aggress on EDG themselves at this moment unless they have an overwhelming numbers advantage, you know, like a 2v1, 3v2, something like that. But EDG, they're just they have so much slack to work with now.
Yeah. I mean, this is already some pressure that G2 Blacklist is establishing, especially with the first Dragon security thing, and get the second one. This is gonna force EDG to, again, just force more fights for them to get a filter here against G2 Blacklist. So far, Carl is actually having an okay time in the top lane, managing.
Oh, 0711 versus KD here. Looks like it's gonna be KD who takes that Skullcrab. That battle for Scuttle is won by G2 Blacklist, but it does look like this tower is gonna be suffering a lot of damage, maybe even a takedown here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Carl got stunned up there.
Oh no!
Now the Grand Challenge will be issued, and he's going to get dove under tower. Even with a flash, he can't get away. Xiao Zhang with a solo kill up top.
That was an overextension, to be honest, and we saw the repose effectiveness in the top lane as well, getting the stun towards the Renekton.
Swinging a miss on the Fate Seal, but can he still clutch it out? No, he can't. Alone gets down to 25 HP, but he's not assassinated yet. G2 Blacklist really focusing on this bot lane, but Yu is just really, really efficient at clearing waves.
I mean, that's the goal here of Edward Gaming, having double ADC, they will tend to scale, but they can have the damage later on. Langui getting caught, though, is going to be fine. 0711's here.
Yeah, but he's going to be facing a lot of people. Langui is the sacrificial lamb here. They know that 0711 was there, but there really wasn't much he can do without an isolated target, and G2 Blacklist are rolling as a unit at the moment.
And they can set up for the bottom lane as well. Draw is going to be here. You!
Exactly what they're doing. They get the knock up, and then Katie is there to set it up as well. Aaron with the damage, Aaron with a kill, and they're going to be taking this tower. G2 Blacklist doing everything they can to shore up this lead.
Mid lane gonna be pushed by EDG, but unable to get the second tower. Top lane is gonna be the priority this time around with 0711 here. And since Carl is a little bit behind against Xiao Zhang, this is just a tower as well to answer back the G2 Blacklist push in the bottom lane. 3,000 gold maintained as a lead by EDG. It's actually really great coming from them. And G2B, they have to set up now for this incoming Dragon fight that EDG is also setting up. Vision a while ago was key for them to actually have leverage in that fight, especially with the movement speed that KD had through the Skullcrab securement. But now it's going to be contested once more.
Yeah, and that's going to look at this time is going to be going the way of EDG. Now, 0711 is a level up on KD, so he could be looking for an isolation play here, but draw is there. Suddenly the entire squad has rolled up here. Even though they took the tower, G2 is in a better position, arguably, to try to fight for this dragon. It is an Infernal Drake, and it'll be spawning in a second. But for now, G2 is just trying to make sure that none of them get isolated and picked off here. Very aware of the threat that 0711 poses.
Especially Carl, right? Because this time, the Fiora is just going to dominate in this 1v1 setup. They have to invest, maybe add in KD, which is here.
Oh, and he gets a knockup as well as a Fate Sealed. Xiao Zhang incredibly low. Xiao Zhang, even with a riposte, is going to get shanked by KD. That was a really good kill. No, unfortunately, not the tower take here for Carl, but that was beautiful that Carl got that stun off.
Yeah, we look at this replay and see a great following, funneling off that gold as well towards KD, especially after great suppression. Now the dragon's gonna be commenced.
Yeah, and G2 is the one that are on it. The steal has been attempted. The steal has been finished. 0711 takes out Infernal Drake. And will he get away from it? No, he won't. He actually gets taken out. And KD is on the backside. Now it's a 2 versus 5 here, actually. Alone and Langui are the targets here. And Langui gets taken down. Nobody from... Oh, he hasn't even been taken out. He's 1 HP. And as the Fiora rolls in, he does get secure 1 kill. That Fiora goes down, though. And draw as well. It's a 2 versus 2. Aaron flashes in. Can he get more? No, he cannot. Golden Kite has to get away there. Carl at 1 HP basically, and Aaron is the most healthy member here for G2 Blacklist, but they're still the ones who are coming out on top of that fight.
I mean, 2 for 3, but a dragon taken by EDG is definitely worth it. They have now denied soul point for G2 Blacklist. And let's check this replay out, because that was so clean. Great coming steal. In from 0711. Langui still positioned himself well in the front line, still able to survive the very end as well. Despite the odds here, that is happening already. Numbers advantage for G2 Blacklist. HP. But the great thing about this composition of G2 Blacklist is that they were able to execute it perfectly as well in the team fights. Because they were able to position well. Aaron still able to free hit. Great suppression coming from Card as well to deny the kill of the Corki too. And that way, so much gold actually was funneled towards this Zeri. In this way, G2 Blacklist can continue to scale up towards the late game. Even if the dragon was taken, we still see the gold stuck at 3,000. With the tower going down, this can be reduced even more. And G2B looking to have a better position. And take note, they have the Morgana Nautilus combination. Suppression is going to be deadly for G2 Blacklist. If EDG gets caught even a single carry in which they have 3 that can be pinned down and bursted away, this is going to be very dangerous for them too.
Now, I really have to commend G2 Blacklist here because that lead has been a 3K for a while. They haven't exactly like gotten the gold back, but at least EDG has not been able to use that gold lead to really, take this game over and further it. It's seeming still very equal here for G2 Blacklist, and it seems like they really know how to play against a team that has such an aggressive playstyle, such as EDG, such as FPX. So I really think that if G2 Blacklist can find that, the right team fight, they can definitely take G2 Blacklist, take them down. But speaking of taking them down, Carl has been grand challenge. He manages to slice and dice, gets the heal from the Honey Fruits, and just Dominus is now. But Xiaozhang still on his tail riposte. But on the other side of the map, in the mid lane, already, that's one down. But the Fate Seal does trigger a stasis from Longui. Longui does go down. It's a 1-for-1 over there. And surprisingly, Carl hasn't died in the boat. Speaking of, he just did. I was about to say he hasn't died yet, but on the minimap, it was a little bit late. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of EDG.
Or 1-for-1, oh yeah, 2-for-1 rather. G2 Blacklist has to be very careful this time around. Let's check that replay out because, again, mispositioning by G2 Blacklist cost them a lot. The setup of EDG was much better. Fortunately though, the Fate Seal again by KD was top-notch. Was able to at least secure one for the team of G2 Blacklist to answer back. But it's not, again, going to be great for them if they continue giving an opportunity for EDG to engage onto them. They have to be the one to set up for the team. They have to be the one to try and put EDG in a bad position through the pokes that they actually have, through the setups and the crowd control that they can actually use against EDG. It's going to be very difficult. Again, we're talking about EDG, the team that has dominated against the top 1 teams of the CN Conference. And now they're going to be starting the Baron.
Yep, 14 minutes in, they're going for that Baron. KD spots them out, but will he really be able to do anything about this? No steal incoming. He a little bit late on that Fate Seal, buddy. But it's okay, great attempt there. Still, EDG take that Baron for free.
Absolutely free, and this time they can utilize it for the side lane push in which G2B cannot contest. We saw the 1v1 of Xiaozhang and Carl already. He cannot win at all, at any point here in this game. What more if the Baron's gonna be on Xiaozhang as well? They have to send out KD once more to help out. Mid lane.
Oh, triple knockup for Longui, but that does mean that G2 Blacklist, they all engage and they all get taken low by the pokes, unfortunately. 0711 now, he knows it's his time, but Longui's the first one to go in, and Yu comes in with the big package, but Draw is able to get out just barely. No, the final auto attack from Alone will finish him off.
Tower falling down.
1 kill, and look at the top lane where the Fiora is. She's already on that inhibitor turret.
Was done already with it as well. That's how fast the Fiora can actually push, especially after his launch has been buffed up way back. And now, mid lane tower is going to be secure. The gold lead was stuck at 3,000 a while ago. Now check it now as well. 7,000.
Yeah, but KD's still fighting. He's trying to take Xiaozhang along with Carl, but Carl has just been left in the dust, has to flash out. That Ignite will not take him down, but on the other side, 0711, he has been exhausted. He's gone golden, and he will be able to get out of there, but that mid inhib is gone. G2 Blacklist now starting to crumble under the pressure of Edward Gaming.
G2 Blacklist has no answer to it as well. This Dragon is going to be uncontested for sure. EDG having the best stats for themselves to additional damage from the Infernal Dragon or additional combat stats. Even with the Ice Drive, is going to help them out so much. That is so tanky, by the way.
He is so tanky, but he's taking so long to die that the rest of EDG is able to get there. They finally finish him off, but is it too little too late? Because now they have to fight the rest of a healthy EDG. There's already that draw gone down, and that's a Fate Seal, but it's a little bit too late for KD. Aaron trying to fight back, but no, they get aced.
And that's through Longui again, just stalling, buying so much time for the rest of EDG to be there to help him out as well, secure the team fight win. It's Alone to secure the Dragon as well. So sad for KD And EDG will just get this game number 1 and match point already in the series.
Yeah, great team fighting there from EDG as usual. They are just super on point when it comes to those micro mechanics that it really was difficult for G2 Blacklist to compare against that, to really bring themselves out from the depths of that gold deficit that they had. So I still admire the effort, right? They didn't let that 3k gold lead really extend until the later phases of the game, where EDG was just forcing every single skirmish, every single fight. And because Carl was on that Renekton, he really fell off hard, really wasn't able to match the Fiora at all.
Yeah, it was a big struggle coming in from G2 Blacklist, especially the Baron laner, Carl. He tried to get the leverage in the top lane, wasn't able to, despite the help of KD at some point in the game as well, just ganking and getting the kills as well towards Xiaojiang. I think that's a big weakness that now is recognized by EDG as well, that allowed them to just go in the split push. 4 members are already enough for them to actually engage in a team fight, because they know they can stall out the team fight and allow Xiaojiang to just continue pushing in the top lane, which they did secure the inhibitor tower that allowed them to just pressure down G2 Blacklist enough to make more mistakes in that team fight, that allowed them to secure yet another dragon set up through their support Langui better than G2 Blacklist. And it's definitely a game of mistakes here. Yeah. Edward Gaming just forced G2 Blacklist to make more mistakes than themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was just a very difficult proposition for G2 Blacklist from the very start, because the onus was on them from the very beginning to play basically perfectly. From the time of that first blood, it just got so much harder for G2 Blacklist to contest them, specifically because Xiaojiang had that little bit of a lead in the top lane, and then Carl just really was not useful in just contesting that split push. And you can see it in the stats. I mean, 9,000 gold, just half the damage of Xiaojiang at all. He wasn't even able to tank as much because he was going for that bruiser build. So I really admire the effort that G2 Blacklist put in, especially KD. But at the end of the day, EDG was just so much cleaner with their execution, so much cleaner with their rotations. And that's something that G2 has to kind of solve on the fly here.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist has to solve this major problem right now in their decision as well, if it's going to be golden card on a champion like a Morgana, or is going to be going back into an ADC. Are they going towards a double ADC setup? That's about to be answered later on, of course. We'll just go later in a short break. EDG so far very close towards that 8th consecutive series win. It's G2B that can stop it. Question is, can they?
Yeah, and that question will be answered once we get to game number 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and
That's real magic.
All right.
All right. We have the same brain cell right there.
Oh, yeah.
Same brain cell.
We're getting in sync. We're getting in sync with the
Yes,
same
sir.
intro as well. Let's see, because we're back here on the casting desk here. It's Giyang and G10. We're very excited for game number 2. But again, it's G2 Blacklist that has their backs against the wall in this series right now. They don't really have that much pressure going on, especially that they basically have secured themselves for the playoffs. But in their attempt to deny this win for Edward Gaming, they only have one shot.
One shot, one opportunity. Will you capture it or will you let it slip? Because now
Yeah.
G2 Blacklist is on the blue side. They have switched up. They subbed out Carl for MA. And hopefully this time, because they have a little bit more flexibility in their bans, being on blue side, they can, target ban a little bit better on EDG. Speaking of target bans, once again, you not going to be able to play that Akali, and the Grog is being taken out, while on the other side, EDG takes out the Camille and the Vladimir. But that does leave either Hecarim or Evelyn open here. Maybe.
There's going to be a little bit tough here for G2 Blacklist. Yes, they have leverage a bit now in being able to ban a couple of the champions here of Edward Gaming. Great ban on the Aatrox. It's just a must right now for G2 Blacklist. But again, it's so difficult for this jungler of EDG to be completely banned away because he's just so good as a jungler for Edward Gaming. Can use the Kha'Zix pretty well, was able to demonstrate it a while ago. Can use the Aatrox, can use the Yone, can use the Lee Sin, and more. Now, they have taken the Nautilus as well, coming from Draw, despite his great, particularly because of its great performance a while ago. It's just a massive respect by EDG, which is nice. But the Ornn is going to be given here towards G2 Blacklist right now. Maybe a team fighting base composition would actually be better.
Did you notice anything about these bans?
Zoe? Available?
No, there is
Hecarim?
no Evelyn or Hecarim on the ban list right now.
Yeah.
So both of those champions have been historically very, in this patch and this season, have been very highly contested, especially in the bans. And that does mean that 0711 will be picking up that Hecarim, but not the Evelyn. She's not going to be seeing any play because KD is going to be picking up the Lee Sin here. MA this time is going to take up the reins of the Renekton. Hopefully he has a little bit better of a time against Xiao Zhang. Same matchup, different player this time.
The reason why we kind of see more interest of some teams, or comfort rather, of some teams in letting go of the Hecarim is because there is an answer already. Lee Sin has been one of those champions that can actually get a good answer towards the Hecarim. However, it's just so difficult to do that. G2 Blacklist having the confidence will be picking it up against this Hecarim though is a great sign. They have the Renekton once again to establish control since the Lee Sin is gonna be there. That is also a great initiator. Maybe they can help out in tandem to take down Xiao Jiang this time around with Ime as the Baron laner and later on impact the fight well enough to deny this Hecarim pick.
Yeah, well, you were talking about the Zoe earlier. She's gonna get banned out here. No Zoe for Aaron. It does kind of look like that this Zeri is once again a flex pick. Could be going bot, could be going mid. I think they're going to leave that final pick in question here on the side of EDG to keep G2 Blacklist guessing. Especially since G2 Blacklist will have to select their mid and bot next. But it doesn't look like they're actually going to do that. They're going to pick the Sivir up. It's going to be once again a full AD composition from EDG.
So the only difference is the support basically, and the jungler. Basically the same damage champions are picked up by EDG. Kai'Sa actually was also available last game. However, G2 Blacklist did not take it this time around. They can pick it up for Golden Kite. He is such a great dragon laner and also an ADC of course. G2 Blacklist can pick up a double ADC as well, and the Varus is going to be picked up here, possibly for Golden Kite with a Kai'Sa in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit more likely. Ooh, Sona!
We're patch 4
for
on patch
Longwy.
4.4.
What patch are we on?
Man, this is just going to be wild. I have been so excited to see the new Sona. And this is going to be here right now. Okay, new crescendo.
This is the first time, right?
This is a first as well.
The first Sona. The
first
Sona
that
we are seeing.
in the entire tournament. First new Sona as well. It's going to be so exciting to see. Let's see if this is going to allow EDG to 2-0 G2 Blacklist or will allow G2 Blacklist to push this to a game number 3.
Yeah, because EDG has a lot of room to kind of experiment here. They already won the first game pretty convincingly. This time they're bringing out the Sona, but they do have some really big power picks in that, the Fiora still, in the Hecarim. Of course, the double AD is going to be something that's really difficult to contend with later on in the game as they get more items. For G2 Blacklist has to really leverage KD, I think, to take control of the lanes and really give them advantages that EDG can't take away. So a lot of the onus is going to be on KD here because, double ADs for them as well. They have the Kai'Sa, they have the Varus. They're not really going to be doing too much on their own.
And you know what's the OP thing about this composition of EDG?
Yeah.
They have a Severe, of course, with the additional movement speed. And now they have the Sona as well to just buff this horsey up even more. Man, the Song of Celerity is going to be of big value for the team fights later on. Let's see. How is this going to be answered back by G2 Blacklist? Of course, that is our main question, especially that they do have a bit of a standard composition. Great team fighting, of course. Great anti-engage with the Chain of Corruption later on. KD going with the invade.
Is. Yeah. And KD, he's not going to have any intel here on KD at all. This could... Oh, this is so cheeky. This is so cheeky from KD.
Going with the invade. 0711 might be in a lot of trouble. Ime is going to be here as well.
Oh,
Aaron,
that's a
flash, that's a stun, and that's first blood for G2 Blacklist.
That is the right person to try to target here for G2 Blacklist. Take out that aggro, make him weak in the early game, make KD strong, and he can transfer that lead into the other lanes. Meanwhile, in the Dragon lane, a lot is going on here for the favor of EDG. Look at the health bars on G2 Blacklist, but that is an amazing first blood there for G2 Blacklist.
Oh man, this is already a great establishment of the early game, at least a little bit. For G2 Blacklist, with KD going with a cheeky invade, setting up a great denial of gold towards 0711 as well. That can be very useful, at least for the early to mid-game setup. Ime, of course, is still going to be having a bit of a hard time against this Fiora. This is a Fiora of Xiao Jiang. So definitely is going to be great control in the Baron lane for sure. Would need assistance every single time. At least they do have setup. When when KD is gonna be level 5, that's double crowd control that they would be having against the Fiora. One can be reposted or still countered by G2 Blacklist. We're still just going theoretically as their approach in the top lane, of course, because again, Xiaojiang is just too damn good, to be honest, and G2B has to invest a lot just to take him down.
Yeah, and that does mean that a lot of resources will be skewed towards that Baron lane. But with, you know, a triple buff start here for KD, it does get a little bit easier for them to allocate those resources because they know 0711 won't be, you know, as big of a factor as early in the game as he might have liked, especially without access to his auto shadows as early as the Dragon's Rage here for KD. But in the bot lane,
Golden Kite still is gonna die! Langui will be the one to pick up the kill. That's unfortunate for G2 Blacklist, but amazing for EDG.
Yeah, these mage sports, I can't really even say Enchanter for Sona because she's really not. She's really more of a, you know, support champion. But look at how much damage, look at how much damage she's laying down with alone with the attack buff.
Yeah, that's the rank Sona that we see.
Yep.
Yeah, the damage item's gonna be built up. Let's see if that's gonna be the case for Lang. Of course, kill going towards her is gonna be fine. You're just gonna be here, cancel out Aaron. Still, the flash gonna be used for the disengage. KD missing the Sonic Wave. Not be minded at all by G2 Blacklist. They're just trying to answer back, clear up this wave. 0711's gonna be here though. Might not be the best engage since there are still many members of G2 Blacklist, but it's just gonna be enough for them to be forced out.
Yeah.
Oh, mid lane though. Oh no. Golden Kite gonna die. Langui has such great impact on this Sona. It's too much for G2B.
Yeah, I mean, with the move speed, bringing him to lane, bringing both him and Alone to lane faster, and Golden Kite just being alone there. He's the one who should have the IGN alone right now. But he really had no chance. As a Varus, you've got no mobility. So how are you going to combat a Sivir and a Sona? That they're just turbo rushing at you. You can't run as fast as they can walk.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a no-brainer. Golden Kite was just dead there.
It's just too much to be handled here by G2 Blacklist as of the moment. It is a great sign though that we're still seeing a bit of a gold lead coming in from G2B. EDG has no pressure though on this game. They have so much scaling towards the late game. Again, double ADC with great scaling ability with a Horsey back riding later on as well for the Hecarim. This is gonna be a great challenge coming in from G2 Blacklist. Let's see, because we're about to reach a 5-minute mark in which objectives are gonna be spawning up. Surely EDG is gonna look to scale, but we cannot be so sure because they love establishing early control through the Herald, through the Tower 1 push in the mid lane as well. G2B, I think, can have a standing chance on the steals though.
They definitely can, especially considering that KD is on that Lee Sin. Very mobile, a lot of ways to get into a pit and get out. So that's he could even Dragon's Rage 0711 if he wants, but it does look like it's just going to be an objective trade here, unless there is a call for Forge God, but they've already focused on Ime.
Ime is still gonna die. Well, he is able to stall up for so long. And at least they trade off objectives coming in from G2 Blacklist and Edward Gaming. But let's see if they can actually deny this RH. They have stalled it out. They've been delaying the take care of EDG. Was able to damage the mid lane tower as well. So much. And G2B might have gotten the better trade after all. They can interfere on the taking care of EDG. Yes, he may die, but it's okay.
That's so smart from Draw to just draw the aggro of the Rift Herald onto him on the other side of the river so that EDG can't even take that Rift Herald. They can't even aggro it because it's focused on Draw. So that way, this is going to be a Herald fight.
Yeah, Golden Kite just gonna be poking him out as well with the arrows. Void Seekers as well. It's just landing towards 0711, forcing him out, making him hesitate to actually take this. He has to fully engage in order to get this, but he won't. And double objective for G2B.
Yeah, that is an amazing start there for G2 Blacklist. They do have a very, very small gold lead.
Again, just the passive of Dota, just the extra stun is a little irritating.
Yeah, Shelly, she's gonna get the charge, she's gonna get the tower immediately taken out after, but that still extends that lead of G2 Blacklist a little bit more, and this is the best they can hope for at this point. You know, Ime not dying to Xiao Zhang, not really giving him the advantage that a Fiora should have in this lane, especially one as skilled as Xiao Zhang. And basically, this is as good an early game as any team is going to get against EDG.
This is a great start coming from G2 Blacklist. They can leverage it out into helping Ime as well, possibly in the top lane, or they can continue to bully out the other members here of EDG, because yes, they have great setup, they have great buffers, especially with the Sona, but that is a -1 on the tankiness of their champions, of their lineup. The only champ that can serve in the front line is just the Hecarim. Fiora, yes, of course, a little bit. If he would be able to proc the Grand Challenge, sure, he can sustain himself. But the only soaking damage he can actually have here is through the Hecarim. And if he dies, there's no frontline anymore for EDG.
Yeah, he has to be really, really careful to engage when the rest of the team is there. And, of course, to position his Onslaught Shadows correctly so that it fears one or two members towards EDG. But right now, they're going to focus on the top lane.
Grand Challenge is going to be used. Ime in a bad spot right now, able to at least stay alive. Wow, that stun was genius. And they have taken a tower in the bottom lane, possibly two already. A great denial. The Grand Challenge is going to be there as well. Captain Lane to throw in that damage, but the tower is doing a lot of work. They weren't able to communicate that well in funneling the damage towards the tower. And this time around, EDG is just going to be answering back, getting 2 kills, a double kill as well for the Zeri. It suddenly turned into a nightmare for G2 Blacklist, and they're not done. Dross is going to be the last target here. 0711 just chasing him down. Looks like he's still going to be able to walk back. And G2B, again, capitalized on a big mistake that they did, that EDG now used to come back in this game.
Yeah, what a punish there from EDG, and now look at the pressure that they're exerting. They can go for that tower, but Ime
still commits. Spell shield denied. Alone in a bad spot. Arrow did not connect. All Ime needs to do is just land that one auto attack. It's so close from getting it, but too far away. And that's unfortunate for G2 Blacklist, but at least they were able to pressure them out. That can serve them well into taking this tower down in the top lane.
That was so unfortunate that they were not able to get that last auto attack there. That was very unlucky, because alone was prime there. Just one more auto would have done it, but not quite. But I really do commend the focus on macro here for G2 Blacklist. They're looking for the towers. They're just trying to take down the towers to get as much gold as possible. If you actually look, they're behind in kills by quite a bit. It's 2-5 right now, but they still have that gold lead. Macro focus is there, and they're going to be fighting for this dragon.
Edward Gaming, they have to be very careful again. They don't have that much frontline capability. Lang is already taking damage just through the pokes. And this is the disadvantage when you're using a utility support, of course. EDG, are they still going to be committing onto this dragon? 0711 is going to be in a lot of trouble this time around. As a CC comes through, Column Forge got again of the 3 members of Edward Gaming. They have taken Ime down, but at what cost? The jungler's already dead. An overextension coming in from Aaron is going to be taken down as well as EDG. Suddenly, after one mistake by G2 Blacklist, has taken over again on a new objective, which is going to be the dragon to deny soul point again to G2B.
Yeah, that was a bit of an oopsie there, especially the killer instinct just to finish off 0711. I really don't understand why, Aaron would put himself in that situation. He could have done a lot more, just free hitting in the front, but that double stun onto Aaron and Golden Kite really mitigated a lot of damage onto EDG, and then Langui, just the value of that Sona, giving so many stats to his teammates, man. And that's such is the value of just a pure support like that. Langui really doing the work here on the first Sona that we've seen in Wild Rift League Asia.
They have to really respect this Sona. The first Sona ever. Might be the first, and also first of many. If ever this turns out to be a great, a great performance coming from EDG, so far it has been good. Finally, the tower in the bot lane is, taken down. Eames the one to do it as well. One step closer towards the inhibitor towers here of EDG, but again, to look back on the previous team fight, right? It could have been established well by G2 Blacklist on that victory. However, their cheekiness, their overextension, their too much engaging cost them so much as well. With Aaron dying, with the Dragon being taken, with EDG winning hard. And now, at least they were able to set again an establishment of a bit of gold lead, which is nice, but they have to invest a lot in maintaining it now.
Yeah, Katie and Aaron top in the gold charts right now. They're actually going to be going on the Baron, these two top gold earners, while the rest of G2 Blacklist are distracting in the mid lane. There's no vision. They're baiting. It's such a sneaky play. Can they actually
God! No steal. That was close though, but still, G2 Blacklist now has a leverage. Chain corruption going to be used as well to take the Hecarim down. And a great punishment this time towards EDG.
That was perfect. The sneaky two-man Baron from EDG into the kill on 0711. That was absolutely beautiful. Now that gold lead has popped a little bit more, it has just been a minuscule gold lead for this entire game, but now it has gotten a little bit better. 2,000 gold lead with the Baron buff. They can start the siege a little bit better here.
Oh,
but KD, I don't think that's the right position for you, but he is
he wants
getting
to steal
some vision.
He wants to steal this red, and will be. That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, just getting extra here in this game as well. With the Baron-powered minions, they would be very helpful for G2 Blacklist to push the side lanes, even for Ime, because the Fiora doesn't have Hullbreaker. It's going to be very difficult for him to be able to clear out the waves.
This is going to be a difficult situation now for EDG to answer this siege, because I mean, G2 Blacklist have two really good wave clearing champions in
that's a charge. Aaron still has a shield, will be fine. In EDG, they have used big ultimates already.
Man, EDG are just kind of clinging on for dear life here against G2 Blacklist. It does seem like the switch to Ime was the answer in top lane. And they know how to play against the Hecarim too. They've just gapped 0711 from the get-go.
And this time, they are pressuring Edward Gaming. Very close already. Dragon's Rage coming for it. Almost got the kill there onto Langby. But they have opened up the pace of Edward Gaming. G2 Blacklist having a tremendous amount of lead as well. 6,000 just in time for them to have the leverage to take this last dragon as well, to help them with the buffs again for the sustain and durability. So far, great signs being made here by G2 Blacklist. It's not yet done. Still far away from the end of this game. EDG can still bounce back.
Yeah, it's not over until the Nexus is gone. But, I mean, 6,000 gold lead and they're 3 kills behind. That just shows you the priority that G2 Blacklist has been putting on that macro play, on getting those lanes pushed in, on getting those towers.
Ime?
Look at this play.
No, at the Dragon's Rage being denied a little bit there, but it's okay because the damage are gonna be here from G2 Blacklist alone. Very low already. Stasis is gonna be used by Aaron to try and stay alive. The backline is gonna be breached by Zhao Jam, but still it's gonna be fine for G2B. They're chasing down. Sonic Wave does connect. A 1-for-1 trade for both of them. But the Dragon's still up. EDG can still start this up, but they have to be very careful, of course, on the engage that G2B can make.
Yeah, because G2B, they have the engage tool. There's
Double man knock up, and the follow-up is gonna be there. Slow. KD goes in, gets the kill out to 0711 now. 3 versus 4. G2B can still pursue, but the kiting ability of EDG is just too damn good. Now equalize it towards a 2-for-2 trade. Both will just walk away.
Yeah. It's a little bit risky for KD to go for the dragon right here. So he's just going to actually go for the dragon.
I mean, why not, right?
Why not?
They walked away too, right? So let's just take it. All right, dragon for free.
Absolutely free.
I mean, it's the spirit of Christmas, my friend.
Yeah, just give. It was a gift. It was a gift from EDG to G2 Blacklist. You can take that dragon, no problem. We'll walk away. Especially because they didn't have a jungler to potentially steal it at all, and they really didn't want to, you know, risk a skirmish with just their, you know, their carries and the support. Especially when that support isn't really that tanky. Even though Lanby is, you know, a couple 2-5-ish HP, or like 2-7, 2-8 HP. So he's still pretty tanky. He's just not built as tank. Doesn't have that much CC.
Double ADC definitely working here for EDG as well. So far, the damage is increasing exponentially. And the only heals that he's so tilting, to be honest. And it's fun to see, but to experience it on the receiving end, I think is a little bit frustrating. EDG definitely making this composition work so far as they can. G2 Blacklist also managing well.
Yeah, this is still a less... what I'm trying to say is that G2 Blacklist still have less kills than EDG, like 3 less kills, but they are up in gold, and that just shows how much they have really managed to open this map up. Look, they already gotten the 2 inhib turrets, and really it's because they haven't really been taking the bait for EDG skirmishes. They've been engaging on their own terms for the most part, especially since 0711 couldn't leverage his Hecarim advantage, especially since, look, he's 0-4 right now, 0-4-4. And that just stemmed from that cheeky invade from the get-go, from the first few minutes, and that just really messed up his entire rotation. The
turn! Oh, Langi gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around. Call of Force God gonna be used as well for the knockup. But again, the double ADC can still work here for EDG. They're still able to damage the backline. Still able to fight back. G2B gonna be in a bad spot this time around. Drops being chased out. Still has a slow, still has a flash, still able to disengage. But EDG, after winning the fight with great kiting ability from you and alone, this time with the Elder Dragon available, G2B needs to contest.
They need to contest, but they don't have that many tools to do it. They have Aaron, they have Draw.
And it's the AP Kai'Sa as well. Not really the best standing chance this time around. Shangjan's gonna be flashing in. Draw's gonna be the target. Still able to dodge out. Still able to kite away. But the damage again of EDG. They continue on the hunt. They continue on the investment. Aaron going in with a killer instinct. Still unable to get the kills here towards G2 Blacklist. And gets killed off instead. EDG wins the fight. Gets the ace and gets the Elder Dragon as well.
And the lead has evaporated. It's now equal in terms of gold. And all that means is that EDG are going to be in an amazing spot come the next team fight. And it all stems from here. What an ambitious flash chains of corruption there. I mean, it kind of worked. It's just the stasis, the delay on 0711 that Ime got separated so hard that he wasn't really able to peel for his teammates in any meaningful way. And that was just really ambitious from Golden Kite. I think he was trying to imitate Ruler from 2018.
Man.
Flash Chains of Corruption to win the entire world, but it is what it is.
It's the same start, but not the same conclusion. This time, KD is going to be attempting to get the steal going here. Call of the Forge, gonna see you! Coming in from KD again! This is why you can never deny G2 Blacklist, but this time, EDG is starting to deny. They are able to take the damage and take the champion down. G2 Blacklist running for the high heels, EDG going for the chase. 0711 has some movement speed, especially with the Sona. You as well going in with the dash. Golden Kai tries to go in with the stasis. Ares gonna be here as well to help out with the damage, but unable to answer back. The Elder Dragon is just working here for EDG to take this mid lane down.
And suddenly the game is turned on its head. EDG now have a 4,000 gold lead here, and they're the ones knocking on the inhibitor turret doors. Can G2 Blacklist still defend this? They look at how long the death timers are still. It's just 2 versus 5.
2 versus 5. Let's see if this is gonna be enough. Elder Dragon gonna be expiring in a short while, but not enough, not fast enough to stop EDG. And EDG wins the series 2-0.
Oh, what a heartbreaking loss for G2 Blacklist, especially since they had such a big lead for a lot of the game. They focus so much on the macro, but EDG, they're just the masters of the micro.
And they have punished, again, G2B, especially on one small mistake, but how they capitalized on it was huge. Because G2B, yes, it was so great for KD to be able to get the steal onto the Baron, but they overstayed in that fight that allowed EDG to actually win the fight and have the numbers advantage to run it down mid. It's 20 minutes already. Death timers are going towards 50-60 seconds. And it was enough for EDG, especially with the Elder Dragon, to get the win going and secure the series victory as well. Congratulations to EDG now achieving the milestone of Thunder Talk and Trace Esports, and they're the only one that can break the records right now and going for a higher scoreline.
Yeah, 8 wins in a row, 8 series wins in a row, and pretty much nearly all of them were 2-0s. They only had 3 game series, just like twice, once against JDG and one against Thunder Talk in their last 8 wins. So such consistency from EDG for the past weeks is something that has to be really noted and has to be commended for them. And their patience, they didn't choke at the final points. They knew exactly what their game plan was. They knew their win condition. They knew that even with a huge lead, look at that goal difference over time graph. It was all G2 Blacklist, and then it just started going down when EDG started winning the fights. You with 34,000 damage in a 20-minute game. What an insane team! Such comeback kings.
Comeback definitely is very possible for EDG, but this is more towards a sad moment for G2B than a happy moment for Edward Gaming, because G2B again was leading so much, but they made a couple of mistakes that EDG was able to capitalize hard. And yeah, this is definitely an amazing time for EDG this time around to continue winning. Game number 3 has been denied for EDG. They're all on seriousness here. But it's not really a major loss for G2 Blacklist, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're still qualified already, assured of their placement spot for the playoffs.
Yep.
And this series has been more of them gathering information than giving information.
That's fair. That's completely fair. But EDG, they want to be at the top here. And of course, you, the MVP, 8-0-8 alone as well, had a perfect game, no deaths there. So incredibly careful in the way that they take the fights, and the gold funneling was amazing from EDG. And again, the patience to just not overheat, not take fights that you're not supposed to take. And even when they were losing fights, they were able to pull back and reassess and not give G2 Blacklist any more than they wanted. So with that being said, big props to EDG. Great 2-0, and maybe they will break that 9-win barrier. But we'll see you for the next match in just a second. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat best, stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
deadlight, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是小优。首先是恭喜 EDG 2-0获得本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的就是 EDG 的上单选手小张，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的上单小张。
欢迎小张来到我们的采访席。那么我们知道这场比赛你们获得胜利之后，是同时完成了8连胜的成就，现在心情如何呢？
心情肯定非常开心吧。但是今天打的确实就是不是特别理想。
所以今天其实比赛的过程不是说自己特别满意的一个效果，是吗？
对。
是的，那么the first question, how does it feel to win 8 games in a row? He said he felt so happy, but he felt he didn't play very well today. 那么第二个问题就是今天你们的对手魁松 G2B 战队，其实他们在 FPX 赛区的强度还是比较高的，他们目前是排名第2的一个成绩。那么今天其实也能看出来他们在比赛当中是对你们有一些战术针对的，你们是怎么去应对的呢？
就是他们一些战术，其实我们也没有应对到吧。其实就是我们还是比较大意的嘛，对，去面对这场比赛的时候。
那还是挺谦虚的。但其实第2局的时候，你们是完成了一个在非常逆风的情况下完成了一个翻盘。那你们在比赛中间是怎么去调整的呢？
我在我们劣势的时候，就是我们一直说就别急嘛，因为我们的阵容到后期打团是比他们优势的，所以我们就一直在拖后期。
是的，一直拖后期，那么也是非常的相信你们的 BP 思路，对不对？So the next question, your opponents Kaisum G2B are currently ranked second in the APEC division. How did you respond to their tactics in the game today? He said they didn't cope well, but they believe their BP idea can win. 那么最后一个问题，其实想问一下，因为其实常规赛看到你们的状态是越来越好的，越战越勇的，那也是感觉你们找到了更适合版本的打法以及自己的风格。那在最后的冲刺阶段，你们想完成什么样的目标呢？
我觉得我们先常规赛保个前4吧，就是最起码是前4进入季后赛嘛。
这么谨慎的一个成绩是不是？其实就是打好每一场比赛，那么也期待你们接下来给我们带来更多的惊喜。So the last question, your regular season is getting better and better. There is such a significant improvement. What do you want to achieve in the final stage of the regular season? He said, try to play every game and be in the top 4. 那么最后也是非常感谢小张接受我的采访，也希望你们接下来的每一场比赛都能发挥出自己应有的实力。谢谢。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 2 here at the WRL-A. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we're now in our second APAC versus CN Conference match of the day. NAOS Esports versus Woohoo Gaming.
This is going to be a tough one yet again for our APAC squad, for our Filipino team, because NAOS Esports so far is on a 3-series lose streak. They've lost against KT, lost against Weibo Gaming, lost against Fennel as well in a last Wednesday, and this is again an opportunity that they can use to redeem themselves, because Woohoo Gaming, they're no joke. They're a team that beat KBG in a 3-game series, denied them on that reverse sweep, and even though they lost against KT Roser Y, they have patched up their mistake already from that series as well, looking to have a much more stable game in which NAOS Esports has to look for holes once again, some chinks in their armor.
Yeah, and I mean, Woohoo Gaming, they're not like the best of the best at the moment, but they have had some, really decent wins, notably against, Keep Best Gaming and EDG earlier on in the season. So they're not ones to be, kind of underestimated, especially with Sani on the mid lane. Man, this guy is incredibly talented. And speaking of the rest of his team, Rocky, Carryman, Pan, and Wake Up Carryman, of course, he wants to make full use of that name. He wants to carry Woohoo Gaming to greater heights here. And it is very possible for them to, just like EDG, 2-0 NAOS Esports here, because NAOS Esports, they are kind of on that downtrend right now.
Yeah, I mean, Carryman has been very solid in the jungle role here of Woohoo Gaming, especially with his Jace performance. Now we look at NAOS Esports and see if Fate is going to be their jungle this time around. We saw Zhao P participate at some point when they battled again, especially when they battled against Weibo Gaming, and had some great strengths. But again, Fate being back here is a great sign, to be honest, with him being able to use the carry champions as well as the engage champions. And NAOS Esports, I think, are going to capitalize that, especially that we see a great synergy by Fate and Margot as well.
Yeah, the synergy is there still for NAOS Esports, especially as you said, between the jungler and the support, Fate and Margot. But of course, we can't count out, Calm, Mitsura, Mirmo. These guys have been in the scene for so long, and they've been pros for so long. Let's take a look at this stage.
欢迎来到英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A 的比赛现场，我是小优。接下来这场比赛由 WHG 战队对阵马尼拉 NAOS 战队。近期状态不稳的两支战队，迫切需要一场胜利来证明实力，谁能顶住压力更进一步？答案即将揭晓。The second game of today will be WHG team versus Manila NAOS team. The two teams are recently in the state of instability and urgently need a victory to prove their strengths. Who can withstand the pressure and move forward? The answer is about to be revealed. "首先，让我们有请 WHG 战队登场，欢迎单人路选手 In the Solo Lane Rocky。下面有请打野选手 In the Jungle Carryman。
Now this guy, Carryman, he has been able to carry so many times already. We talked about
接下来让我们有请中路选手 In the Mid Lane Sunny。
Various amounts of champions like the Camille, like the Evelyn at some point when they battle against Keep Best Gaming, and is looking to adjust and expand his champion pool as well.
接下来让我们有请射手选手 In the Dual Lane Pan。
Because NAOS Esports should be looking into banning out the Jace or maybe taking it for themselves as well.
Yeah.
最后有请辅助选手 and the support
point of
Wake
contention
Up。
here, a contested pick for these two teams, and I really think that Woohoo Gaming, they really want to gimp as many of NAOS's picks as possible, although NAOS has a very deep champion pool, and right now they are not doing so well in this
接下来欢迎马尼拉 NAOS 战队 In the Solo Lane Calm。
And
In the
yeah,
jungle,
I
Fate.
just hope that
In the
NAOS
mid lane,
knows how
Mistral.
to bounce back
In the
from
door
their
lane, Murmur.
recent misfortunes.
And the support.
I mean, that's the goal
Margot.
of NAOS Esports, right?
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
And I think it's also going to be okay for them to just have the same approach. Having the goal of gathering information and rather than giving information in their games as well. Just focusing on experimenting a couple of picks. Maybe they do want to try out the Sona support as well. Or have they even already have that prepared and stored for their next matches in playoffs and would just rather go with the standard lineups that we have been seeing for the past tournament.
Yeah, it is something that excuse me, that Woohoo Gaming has really kind of capitalized on lately. But I really think that at this point, Woohoo just wants to, I don't know, I think they really just want to play that larger macro, especially in a Champions League. But that all starts with the fight for side. You know, they want to win that. They want to get that blue side pick so they can take out as many of NAOS's comfort picks as possible, get their own game plan going, and really play what is kind of the standard here for CN Conference teams. Especially on blue side. So really not super aggressive like EDG or FPX, but really more focused on efficient trading and going for, you know, really efficient macro with the lane control and objective taking. So something to think about is NAOS Esports can do that as well, but they're really a little bit better suited to, I would say, kind of surprising the other teams with some unconventional picks, especially when they have the option of maybe taking an Ashe.
Let's see. Seraphine is gonna be here for Woohoo Gaming on the fight for side. One of the best champions to be here, to be honest.
Yep. But already they are getting it on, getting the engages on, and Fate is the first one to be taken low. He's able to get out of there though, and the Jace has a very important role in an Aram. He's the one who lays down all the poke. And speaking of poke, there's so much poke as well with the Kaisa, but Sani trying to go in real hard there, and he will be almost successful. Margot taking him down very low, but not quite the kill yet. Harryman looking for maybe a little bit there, but Rocky with a spin to win was trying to go for it, but now NAOS have to really defend this tower.
I mean, NAOS Esports will be able to. They do have the Ziggs, they do have the Jace as well for the wave clear. Woohoo Gaming, they have one member. Wake up, dying!
Oh! Wake up, just got caught. Well, got caught sleeping. Just immediately take it down. And Rocky trying to go for a little bit of damage there. I don't think there's a lot of finishing power on Woohoo Gaming right now, except for, you know, maybe Zanny, but it's really more sustained damage is the name of the game here for Woohoo. Not a lot of burst, so they can still compete with the Jace though, especially with that Seraphine. There's the first Mega Inferno bomb of the game, just to clear a little bit of the minions to get a little bit of damage, but really you can see that Woohoo Gaming isn't taking a lot of damage.
And NAOS Esports is just trying to stall out this game, waiting for an opening, waiting for Woohoo Gaming to make a mistake so that they can capitalize on it later on. So they do have the burst. Riven as well for Calm is going to be a great champion to be used here in the fight first side. We can already see the combination.
Yep, the combo is something that is apparent. A little miss. I think NAOS really has to be a little bit more on point with their skill shots. That's something that, you know, can't really be avoided here in the fight for side in Aram. It's you're just gonna hit things eventually. But they okay, Calm going in with a big stun up to 3, and then Fate immediately following up. That's some good communication, but they get absolutely destroyed, decimated by the bullet time of Pan. Margot is dancing with the devil a little bit as Sadie goes in. Mitsura down to almost 1 HP gets a little bit of a heal, but then the snowball finds him and Rocky spins to win it. And Pan, he does go down, but that is all in all a huge win for Woohoo Gaming for that moment. But that does mean that NAOS Esports is going to be able to come back with full health and get a couple of kills for themselves. One member, Sani, is trying to get the execute, but it's still the Gragas who takes it.
It's a great start for NAOS Esports, and they also was able to just get the better end towards that fight, especially with the burst down. Again, in long range capability here of NAOS Esports. 6-4, it's a scoreline in favor of NAOS Esports, looking out to now damage this tower, at least for a little bit. But again, Woohoo Gaming does have some wave clear as well, with Pan, with Wake Up, with Kerryman as well, clearing the minions up, and preventing NAOS Esports from getting the leverage in this fight for side.
Yeah, the leverage here for NAOS Esports will be coming in the form of their poke. I mean, you got the Jace, you got the Tyson, but also Margot coming and engaging with the explosive cask, and then the Mega Inferno Bomb onto all four members. Wake Up immediately aggressed on by Calm. That's another couple of kills for NAOS Esports, but can they actually come back? Woohoo Gaming are down 3 members, and now Margot gets a stun onto 2. Fate is still alive, and he's really the big boy here for NAOS Esports. That's 4 kills for 2 in favor of NAOS.
They can now start to push this tower down. Rocky is, well, very tanky. Won't be able to get the wave clear going. And now Esports not hesitating even for a little bit. Unable to get this tower down though with explosive charge here of Mitsura. So that's a little sad.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that is kind of one of the advantages that Ziggs has. I'm sure it'll come in later, as NAOS is really at the advantage here with their poking. With the Ziggs, with the Jace, and even with the Kai'Sa to some extent. I really think that Woohoo Gaming, if they're able to stay in the fight for longer, will have the advantage, but if they get bursted down, if they get triple knocked up or double knocked up at the very least by Calm like that, then their chances go down a lot more, as they are just going to go for it, but there is still time to kind of divide everybody apart. Fate has been delegated to the back, and he has to go for those pokes, but Sani just comes in, pushes in with the blood pool, with the Hemo Plague, and then Rocky coming in with the snowball to execute that Aurelia.
Rocky as well being able to stay alive for so long was key to that team fight win, and force NAOS Esports overcommit, and also make a couple of hesitations when they got engaged, and Woohoo Gaming finally was able to take this tower down. Great start here, 45 for side, 5 minutes. NAOS Esports though will have the damage now after picking up the items. We saw some of those items to be bought a while ago by the members of NAOS Esports, and they can still rely on the set of Margot. Fate already deals so much damage with the Shock Blast.
Yes, he does, but Margot with a double, and then the explosive pass onto 3. Can they isolate enough members? Carryman taken down low, and Carryman down as he can't carry any longer. Sani though with the blood pool, maybe the Hemo Plague here. Calm has not been able to stun people, but that is a bullet time that missed. Big whiff there, and that just put him in the right spot for Fate to get his accelerated shock blast. Another couple kills for NAOS Esports, and to the skies to get another one as Sani gets snowballed on, and Margot, Mirmo, they're all trying to take Sani down. There's a Ziggs with the satchel charge onto the tower, and they will get another tower off of that fight. 2 towers off of that ace.
Woohoo Gaming gets 1, NAOS Esports gets the double one, and Carryman as well will not survive.
They're not going to be going for the end yet, but they did just get so much off of that one fight. NAOS Esports now up 8 kills, 5,000 gold basically, and Woohoo Gaming, they really cannot find the right fights for their composition.
NAOS Esports able to capitalize on their perks on the comp.
Oh god, Calm once again, and Margot is trapped behind enemy lines. It should be fine. He's surviving for quite a long time actually. Snowball's back, and then finally he dies. But that does mean that Calm and Margot are going to be coming back with a little bit more combat stats. Oh, look at where Fate is. He's gonna go for the assassination onto Wake Up. He's successful, trades his life for it, but that's worth it because he had to go back anyway to spend that gold.
Yeah, and it's gonna be fine here for NAOS Esports. They're just gonna be trying to prevent the wave from crashing towards the tower and try to death.
Oh, let's go as Rocky goes for a very aggressive push as Sani trades his life for mid-service as well, but now Calm is in the mix, so is Mirmo. Can they actually take down Carryman as he is the target? Fate is dead still for another second. It's down to Margot and Calm to try to get Rocky. They have taken down the Aurelia. They're now trying to aggress onto the remaining members. Wake Up still in the back. This is a very unfortunate position for the Seraphine to be in at the moment, where he can't really get those big setups for the team.
This time, NAOS Esports look at the push, looking to finally end this game. They do have an opening. Still, it's going to be very difficult, very challenging as well, because Wake Up does have the Encore ready as a counter if ever NAOS Esports does commit onto this fight. Finally, we get the glimpse of the items here, and it looks like many of the gold has been already enough for the purchase here of Fate on the damage items. Has the Executioner Calling as well to deny some of the healing here of Woohoo Gaming. But they cannot engage just yet. They have to wait for Calm, which is arriving in a short while. Has the healing pot as well to get on a better margin of HP in preparation for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, everything kind of hinges on this next fight for Woohoo Gaming. If they lose this, NAOS will surely storm their way to the Nexus. And look at the poke that they're, setting up this next fight with. Even though Wake Up is getting some heals and is getting a lot of shielding, Rocky actually going in, trying to engage, but he's a Gary. He doesn't have that much CC. There's a Mega Inferno bump to split the fight. Margot is on Carryman, but that is a great bullet time on 3, although it didn't really convert into much. Calm storming the back lines, and already the Irelia is dead. So is Pan, so is Wake Up. Everything's falling apart. It's just Rocky now left, and he's not going to be able to actually get away from Calm and Fate. Fate has come for you, and it will take your life. And now it's going to be the life of the Nexus, as NAOS Esports are looking maybe... Oh, it's a little bit unfortunate, but there's a lot of time still for the wave to come crashing in.
And they even just flashed in Margot. That's a little bit funny, but fight per side is won by NAOS Esports. And again, they will have the decision where they want to start, whether on blue side or red side for game number 1. I think it's going to be very helpful for them, especially that Woohoo Gaming has secured most of their wins on blue side. And we have seen the advantages already of being on blue side a little bit more, especially with the champions rolling, with the Hecarim still being a prio ban. I don't think we are gonna be seeing a Sona though I would love to see more of the Sona pick, especially in the conclusion of this 2 weeks, at least for December, before we go towards the playoff stage on both CN and APAC. But hopefully, I think most of the teams are already prepped up for it, bro.
Remember, Sona has a 100% win rate right now. It's a great time to pick her up. 100% win rate, guys.
Yeah, just get it. Get it. Put more stats towards it. Hopefully more wins, though.
Yeah, I mean, Sona really performs well as kind of a stat stick for the entire team. Really just nailing in the importance of having a lot of speed, a lot of healing, shielding, and more damage on your team. It's just pretty much a complete package. Even has really good CC built into the kit now with the new Sona. So a very good champion to pick up, I think, especially if the performance of EDG was anything to go by. So something to maybe consider to kind of throw off the opponents. However, we do have something a little bit different here. NAOS Esports, they won the fight for side, but they will be picking the red side to start off.
Well, still is going to be an interesting approach by NAOS Esports for sure. Woohoo Gaming will have the leverage, of course, with the first pick, possibly the Jace here for Carryman to carry the games through the damage again. Is one approach that Woohoo Gaming did use when they battled against Keepes Gaming, and it served really well for their game. Was able to carry on all 3 games, to be honest, despite KBG winning game number 2 through a mistake that they made that was capitalized by KBG. And game number 3, they did have a much more stable approach against KBG. And this time, through NAOS Esports matchup, I think is going to be a big responsibility for NAOS Esports to look for errors of Carryman, look for errors as well coming in from Wake Up, because he tends to really use champions that are good for engages, like the Leona, but oftentimes does make a couple of mistakes, overcommitting on a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Alistar, Ornn, Leona, very kind of, I wouldn't want to say standard, but really playstyle specific champions here for Wake Up. I do agree with your comment on his tendency to overcommit to the fights, but that just kind of ties into engage supports and there not really being an exit button unless you're Gragas. And this guy Wake Up, he doesn't really play as much Gragas as his other champion picks, so that's something that is to be considered. But it does look like when we get into this pick and ban phase, Woohoo Gaming kind of focusing on that jungle spot. They're going to be banning out the Vi, they're going to be banning out the Renekton for Calm, and on the other side, NAOS Esports, they're going to be taking out the Orin priority first, and then you're going to, of course, take out the Evelyn, something that has been highly prioritized and banning on the red side.
Interesting choice of bans here by Woohoo Gaming, right? They're focusing heavily on both Calm and Fate. While NAOS Esports, well, they will take the Ornn down, especially that the first pick priority is on Woohoo Gaming. But I think it's going to be very important for them to just focus on Carryman as well. Hecarim, I think, should be banned away still, especially that Woohoo Gaming does have first pick priority. Though NAOS Esports can settle picking up Severe if Hecarim is picked up by Woohoo Gaming. I think that's something that they are considering right now. That's why they banned the Camille instead.
Yeah, but they may be able to have their cake and eat it too. They could get both the Hecarim and the Sivir if this first pick is anything to go by. They're looking to put Sandy's champion first, which is likely the Zeri, maybe the Zoe. We have seen Zeri today in the mid lane twice, so something that this champion has been really, really decent at. So Sandy most likely going to be on that Zeri, if not Pan. It is a really good champion to pick first. It is a flex pick, so you can delay that second carry pick until the last to see which lane has the better matchup. But with Hecarim available, the Sivir available, those are two priority picks that might not both go through for NAOS, but I'm sure one of them will.
Most of the time it is, Sunny that uses the Zeri, but sometimes we do see Pan actually loving this champion as well. Hecarim finally goes through NAOS Esports, or at least they are considering it, and will be locking it in. And Severe should be picked up here in case, because Woohoo Gaming will not hesitate picking the champion up as well if ever it does become open for them. NAOS Esports thinking about it. We'll settle for a Galio for now, because this is an important champion for Margo, especially that it's one of his favorite champions too.
Yep, it is a big priority there. This is an interesting pick now. If they do decide to go for it, Wake Up on the Yuumi?
No.
I doubt it, because he likes playing those engaged champions.
It would be last pick if ever, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. He's gotta have to switch to another champion, right? Yeah, okay. Definitely.
Good. So it's gonna be Fiora for Rocky. A great way to have a blind pick in the bottom lane, of course, since NAOS Esports for Calm, he tends to use the Renekton, but so far it has been banned away for game number 1. Might just settle for a Jax instead in the bottom lane. And Fiora does have a great standing chance against the Jax. High tendency to outscale and out-sustain the Jax as well. And it's also very important for team fights now that NAOS Esports has loaded crowd controls in their composition so far, at least in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, in those first 2 picks, a really decent team fighting composition already. A tiny bit of anti-synergy between the hero's entrance and the Onslaught of Shadows, but that could be shored up here. A really good pick here for Mitsura. Most likely the Lucian coming in that mid lane slot. And then of course the support being targeted. Wake Up. He loves those engaged champions, so they're going to be banning as many of them as they can. Orin gone, Alistar gone. Most likely either Nautilus or Leona going to be the next target here if they do decide to ban him out some more.
You know what? I'm quite excited to see if NAOS Esports is going to be using a double ADC comp here. Yes, it is very scary against the Zoe, but both Mirmo and Mitsura are just so talented on ADCs. Yeah, I want to see the Ashe. Mirmo introduced it so well in season 1 and in
That's
season 2
his signature
as well.
champion.
He is known for Ashe. Ashe is Mirmo. Mirmo is Ashe.
Exactly. And I mean, just a little bit of history on this player, Mirmo. He's not only been a top ADC in Wild Rift, he's been a top ADC in League of Legends
forever.
PC since basically since forever. When I was managing an esports team, he was my ADC, and at that time he was top 1 in the Philippine server. So this man has been grinding. He has not stopped or dropped the ball in competitive for the longest time. And I would love to see him on a signature champion, as well as Calm on a signature champion. The Riven coming out versus the Fiora.
Absolutely. Riven finally is coming out more at the end of the regular season of Season 2. I love it, especially with the recent buffs that this champion has received. Of course, you have to just start taking this champion now. Yonito is going to be picked up here by Kerryman. I think it's going to be a very useful champion to be used here by this jungler of Woohoo Gaming. And we talked about the Leona for Wake Up. Looks like it's going to be the case again.
Yeah, and that just leaves the Mirmo pick here for NAOS Esports. A lot of options still, or it we might just get baited by the
Wow!
Wait.
All right. Are we going towards 2018 meta?
Yeah. Is it funnel time? Are we funneling?
Is it time to funnel Galio into the mid lane for Mitsura? It has been such a long time since we've last seen that kind of combination, right? But what a better day to see it than this time. Information now being let on to us by this adjustment by NAOS Esports. We see 56% approval rating more on the side of NAOS Esports, of course, than Woohoo Gaming in this game. Interesting turnaround of events as well on the final lineup of NAOS Esports. Will this be useful? We don't know just yet. But are we looking forward to it? Absolutely. And going back to Mirmo as well, just to add in, because when he did have a team back in the Icon series here in the Philippines, of course, Mirmo Esports, they actually were the one who introduced the Seraphine Sona. I'm hoping to see both of those champions again be used, at least in the playoffs. Hopefully, because Sona has been used already by EDG a while ago. Maybe we would see the singing champion once again.
Yeah, we saw her just earlier in the fight for side, but I do want to see her in the actual match. And interestingly enough, it does seem like that Zoe on the side of Woohoo Gaming is going to be going to the bot lane. So yeah, that Zeri is going to be on Sandy, and it's going to be the mage bot lane here for Woohoo Gaming. That's something that is not. So it's not something that is super common now in this meta, where ADCs really have been buffed up, and they're really good in that dragon lane. But it still works, especially in the late game where Zoe, one sleepy trouble bubble and you're caught. That's -1 on the team, especially if somebody can follow up on it.
I mean, it's mainly because Mitsura is using the Galio, and Galio kind of works well against AP champions. Zeri, though, can just continue to tickle the Galio, tickle the statue here of Mitsura. And it's just gonna be having such a great time farming here. Unless, of course, a visit comes through from Fate with the Hecarim, and then a great engage comes as well from Mitsura. Top lane, we see some jabs being thrown by both Calm and Rocky. Stabs, rather, since both of them have swords.
Jabs, Rocky. That's right, Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
Continue with the analogy, because you were onto something. Jab, right hook here, but Calm answering back. Of course, this is going to be a dual heavy top lane, considering the champions that both of these guys are rocking. Calm right now with the level disadvantage just for the moment, but once he gets that 3, he'll be a lot harder to duel for Rocky.
Yeah, we see some respect coming in from Calm. This time we don't see an ignite on the Riven, but rather a barrier. Kerryman as well is lingering on the top side of the map. Means that Woohoo Gaming can have an investment towards ganking Calm. But looks like that's not going to be the case, since NAOS Esports can answer back in the bottom lane. It's too risky of a play if ever they do give that information. Especially that Margo and Murmo has really high kill potential with this combo.
Yeah, a very high kill potential lane, kill percentage. And we're going to be starting with the Dredge line hitting onto Wake Up. And will he be able to get out of there? Yes, he will with a flash. Good thing that Carryman is there to dissuade the rest of this gang from happening. But the damage pretty much has already been done away on Margo. That might have been a little bit of a misstep. Had to flash out of that. Can Sandy turn this around? No, there's a fear onto 3 of them. Mitsura with the big assist there. And then the heroes exit to get out of there. Margo does go down. But all in all, a 2 for 2. Now it's Esports being very aggressive there. Rocky forced to come down to help.
Yeah, that's so much investment coming in from Woohoo Gaming just to allow them to equalize the amount of kills that was taken there by NAOS Esports. This is the big opening though of Mitsura, getting the double kill for him to have leverage right now into the mid lane, at least buff him up a little more in the matchup that he has against the Zeri. And it was a big investment again. Just the Fiora helping out in the bottom lane gave an opportunity for Calm to just get the plates going in the top lane as well. And all in all, it's a better gold funneling here for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, I mean, NAOS has the gold on the right people at the moment. Woohoo Gaming, I wouldn't say it was sloppy, but definitely they allocated a lot of resources there. Especially since they didn't suss out that gank immediately, and they really had to respond with bringing Rocky down there. So I really would say, like, tempo-wise, NAOS is on the they're on the driver's seat at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of ages picked up already for Mitsura just because of the 2 kills that he has gotten. Now the clock is started a little early for the scaling of this item as well. Would give them leverage as well for the damage later on coming from this Galio. And we see great bursts coming in from an AP Galio, right? It has been demonstrated even last season when a support player actually used AP Galio. I believe it was NGX that actually tried it out. Draw with the AP Galio that allowed them to win a big game that time. And NAOS Esports taking notes, applying it today.
Yeah,
in the mid lane.
In the mid lane. If nothing else, NAOS Esports is a team that learns quickly and adjusts as fast as they can. And there's the Onslaught of Shadows. They're already adjusting. Wake Up, hey, might actually have brought himself to a little bit of a sticky situation. But Fate is really focusing on this bot lane here. Really trying to keep Mirmo and Margo as fed as possible. Even if they switch Sani to that bot lane, to combat that Lucian a little bit better, because he does have that level advantage, that item advantage, it's still going to be, you know, not a winning lane for Woohoo Gaming at the moment.
And as Esports getting a couple of plates in almost all the lanes is a great sign that they are having many options here in the map, especially if they do get the head of Terra. They can use it in the top lane, use it in the bottom lane, or use it in the middle lane to bash that tower down. They have the engaged tools necessary if ever they need to send it out. And Woohoo Gaming is fully aware of that as well. Rock is trying to carry in the top lane, trying to pressure down Calm so that he can start bashing the plates in the top lane as well if ever Calm relocates. Kereman starting the RH already, but the Dragon is also being taken by NAOS Esports. This is a great investment that they actually have towards scaling.
Yep, objective trade there. It does mean that Woohoo Gaming, once they drop Shelly, they'll have the gold advantage for a little bit. But this is, as you said, an investment to the scaling of NAOS Esports. And really, they are investing a lot in this bot lane. Already, they have found Fate under the tower. Yes, the Onslaught of Shadows out, but the Ignite will take him down. And that is a kill onto the jungler, unfortunately. Sani, oh my god, Wake Up with the big play there. Good catch onto Margo. And unfortunately, Mirmo is exhausted. There's a hero's entrance, so can he actually make this work? As Pan goes down, maybe he can. Mitsura and Mirmo, the duo of centuries, they will be able to actually get ahead of that. Unfortunately, Calm in the top lane was ganked.
And tower fell down as well. A good trade as well coming from Woohoo Gaming, but let's check this replay out, because this is actually a bit of an overextension that NAOS Esports made that was punished heavily by Woohoo Gaming. And that's the downside when you're up against a highly suppressing champion, Leona. Pan was also here just to help out. But fortunately enough, the Galio was able to help out coming from NAOS Esports. Again, that's the benefit of having a global present champion. And NAOS Esports was able to at least mitigate the losses that they've had in the bot lane, especially in the top lane as well.
Yeah, and with that mitigation, I mean, they are basically on even footing right now. Very, very little lead, if any, on these two teams. And it really comes down to who is going to pressure those lanes harder now. We do see that Mirmo has moved his way up to the top lane. Rocky, now, he wants to match Calm here in lane positioning, because he doesn't want to take a potential 2v1 fight against that Lucian. But there is a catch from Wake Up. He uses a Solar Flare, and then the Grand Challenge is onto Mitsura. But he is a Galio, he's very tanky. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, there's the Fear. But will this be enough? There's Hero's Entrance, doesn't knock up anybody. Mitsura knows he can't stay long, so he Justice punches out. Look, health bars are getting incredibly low. Wake Up basically at 1 HP. But Woohoo Gaming, they haven't been killed, but they haven't gotten any kills either. Pan risking it all for a little bit of damage with the Paddle Star is NAOS. They intimidate them. They take their health bars, but not their lives, but they take the tower.
Yeah, I mean, that's just pressure that they've utilized to take another structure away from Woohoo Gaming. It's just one win so far, deals so much damage already coming in from Mitsura on the Galio. And to think that Calm can just go with the execute as well with the Wind Slash later on after casting his ult is a massive kill pressure that NAOS Esports already have. And to think that they also have the illusion, someone that can burst down. This is so many bursting tools available for NAOS Esports. Yes, we see a great combination with a Zeri and a Zoe, having consistent DPS and also having great burst. But they can be put in a tough spot as well with just one setup, with just one crowd control. Let's see though. What is going to be the adjustment here by Woohoo Gaming?
Yeah.
Especially that they are down a little bit in gold. Mitsura getting caught though.
Yep, and there's a Solar Flare, but the Onslaught of Shadows to maybe try to get him out of there. Fate has not been sealed yet. Haha, we don't even have a Yodi in this game. But there's a Grand Challenge, and Fate maybe has been caught. There's Hero's Entrance, but the rest of NAOS Esports respond in kind. And then Calm is going to be coming in on the backside, and he's going to get the stun onto Carryman. Carryman now trying to run away. The Wind Slash will take his tail, but that was an amazing response from NAOS Esports to take that one kill.
Because so much crowd control is just there for NAOS Esports. They can easily interrupt any movement here from Woohoo Gaming. Let's check that replay out, because they actually overcommitted into engaging towards NAOS Esports. They thought they had them until they realized they don't. It's because of the crowd control. Yet again, Heroes Entrance zone everybody out. They bought enough time for them to actually get the kill onto Wake Up. Calm initiated once again with the flash invested. Unable to get the kill onto Carryman, but enough for them to just be zoned away.
Yeah, now with kills equal, NAOS has a 2,000 gold lead. They have the onus on this Drake. So, Woohoo Gaming, how are they going to get in this? They do have Carryman. They have the potential Fate sealed here. They're actually going to try to target Mitsura, but he's a little bit too squirrely for them. He's a bit too evasive. As NAOS, they have started the Dragons, about to half health now. Fate definitely in a great position to smite, but that could be almost a catch there onto Margot. Not quite, but Carryman is inside the pit. He has been taken out of the pit, and that's going to be the big smite to secure. And now the fight. But Calm, he has the Grand Challenger, but on the backside of the fight, they are chasing away Rocky. Now is just chasing away members of Woohoo Gaming on two fronts. Rocky's already down. Wake Up is going to go to sleep in just a second. He has no mana, he's got a shield, but there is the horse to take out the Zoe. Unfortunately, Wake Up was not able to be taken down, but NAOS have gotten everything they wanted from that. A huge lead is building up now.
Yeah, and enough for them to take this tower down as well. Early inhibitor tower takedown by NAOS Esports. 11 minutes into the game. We're not even going towards Soul just yet. But this is a massive dominance by NAOS Esports. When look at this replay, after securing the Dragon here, they immediately turned onto the members of Woohoo Gaming. Look at the zone control. This is an AP Galio, but look at him being able to just completely deal the damage as well, as the rest of the members of NAOS Esports were chasing on the bottom side of the cabin we're seeing, and re-engage again. So many crowd controls by NAOS Esports. This is a sight to see, of course, on team fight when you're the one doing the crowd control.
Yeah, and there's no way for them to stop the horse from actually charging through. What CC do they have to control the Hecarim? Really not too much. They have the Leona, but Wake Up wasn't anywhere near the Hecarim. They have the Fate Sealed maybe, but and the Sleepy Trouble, but those are conditional CCs. So unfortunately, this Hecarim is just going to roam free unless Wake Up is able to really stay on point, and he has to be guarding that squishy backline of Woohoo Gaming.
Let's see if they can still fight back. 5,000 goal lead by NAOS Esports. Soul Point already prepping up for the Baron. This has been so far a one-sided beatdown that NAOS Esports is giving towards Woohoo Gaming. But we never discount Woohoo Gaming just yet. They can still turn around fights. They have been able to do it in their past series as well. And all it takes is one setup, and they can actually make it happen. Yeah, one mistake by NAOS Esports and Woohoo Gaming catching it is enough for them to turn the tides around.
Yeah, that's something that I really admire about the CN Conference teams is their ability to, kind of play from behind and look for that one mistake and capitalize on that and snowball from that. Even if they're behind, the game really isn't over until the Nexus explodes, because they can always come back off of one bad team fight. So that's something that NAOS is incredibly aware of as they start this Baron.
They are fully committing onto it. Wake Up is gonna be here. It's sealed.
Yeah, they all also get the calling as well. There's the smite. They've gotten incredibly low. There's the onslaught of shadows there. Pan has to flash out. Wake Up is now the sacrificial lamb. He has been sacrificed to the gods, to fate, basically. And Rocky trying to take that Hecarim down. The horse will be turned to glue there by the fencer. But that is still maybe too little too late there, because NAOS have already gotten that
burst?
down. Maybe the burst onto Mitsura, but he's so tanky. And he even gets the Winds of Iran on him. But Rocky is able to at least finish him off. Can he finish off Margot? Calm is there. He's going to try to chase Rocky down, maybe chase him away, as NAOS want to get this inhib tower.
I mean, they will be able to get this. Another 1v1 by Rocky. Calm has to be very careful. It's just assisting the wave as well, especially that they do have the Baron buff.
Yep, Solar Flare, swing and a miss there, but carry man, can he carry this to the fifth line as Margot and Mirmo are very low, they are in enemy territory. There's a teleport coming in, as Calm actually has dual carry man all the way to the Nexus, and the Nexus actually was the target all along, as NAOS Esports win in an explosive fashion in the middle of a team fight.
An incredible performance coming from NAOS Esports is the reason why you can never discount this team. They're full of potential, and definitely they are showing it right now in this season with a game 1 secured against Woohoo Gaming. Still can be extended, of course, in a series. Woohoo Gaming has been very consistent in extending series, especially the ones that they are behind. But they have a lot of things to patch up in this next game. They made a couple of mistakes that NAOS Esports was actually able to fully utilize, and they got surprised as well with the sudden Galio mid lane by Mitsura.
Yeah, a really good mind game from the picks and bans there for NAOS Esports. First of all, winning the fight for side and then picking red side definitely put put a little bit of confidence in Woohoo Gaming there, because they're like, oh, you know what, we wanted blue side anyway. But then the Galio that was picked really early on was like, that's going to be the sport. No, it's not. We're putting Mitsura on the Galio, and Mitsura performed on that Galio so beautifully that, you may have to ban it just for the flexibility of it next time if you're Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, it has to be respected here by Woohoo Gaming. Not the Galio, of course. I think it's just the a respect towards how NAOS Esports can suddenly change their roles here, because Mitsura suddenly having a Galdi into the mid lane definitely shocked them, and we saw the impact as well that started in the first fight as well. Mitsura getting 2 kills. We don't see that much damage coming into the Galdi, of course, because it's more of an instantaneous burst rather than a continuous poke like a Zoe. But we do see the effect of Mirmo as well, being able to pop off just because of the amount of crowd control that NAOS Esports has to protect him, and was given a platform to perform, and he performed extravagantly.
Oh, he may not have done a lot of damage, but Mitsura 6-1-5. Half of the kills of the team.
Yes.
That's more than 90% kill participation, actually. Out of 11 kills, he participated. Out of 12 kills, he participated in 11 of them. So I would be very surprised if the MVP didn't go to Bitsura, because he was just such an instrument for NAOS this game. And of course, you gotta give it to Fate as well. The Hecarim was on point. I mean, there's a reason why you banned this champion, right? Or if you don't ban him on the red side, hope that the blue side doesn't pick him. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they put so much priority on the Zoe for the first pick, or was it the Zeri for the first pick, and didn't go for that Hecarim. I think, you know, they were a bit confident that they had the answer to the horse, but they really didn't have a lot of CC to stop him from rampaging. And yeah, Mitsuru will be that MVP.
An amazing performance coming in from Mitsura. Well deserved, of course, on the MVP, because he enabled the early game for NAOS Esports after that 2-0 start, after that early rod of Aegis that allowed him to have greater impact as the game progressed. We even see Rabadon's Death Cup be completed, but it's just game number 1.
Yeah, AP Galio taking it here for game number 1. NAOS Esports, can they close it out, or will Woohoo Gaming bring us to game number 3? Find out when we come back for the second game.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings.
Alright, it's time for game number 2 to determine if NAOS Esports can close this in a 2-0 fashion, or will Woohoo Gaming extend this series into a game number 3. Especially that they have a lot of things to adjust here to prepare for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, NAOS Esports, they had a really great time with that AP Galio. And now they're on the other side. They're on the blue side this time. And of course, the Hecarim will be banned out. But yeah, Mitsura's performance on that AP Galio was something to be remembered, and something that Woohoo Gaming won't soon forget here. But they are still going to put a lot of priority on banning out that vibe, because Fate is just so effective on that champion. Now, what NAOS Esports has in terms of mind games for this big bad phase, who knows? Because they're a very tricksy. They're a very tricksy team. They can really mess with your mind here in the champ select.
Interesting though that they also banned away the Evelyn. That can spell out, that can be some information to Woohoo Gaming and the other teams that Fate is not really that much comfortable in picking this champion up and can be countered by other teams, especially if they're really good at using the Lee Sin and the Kazakhs. Fiora being banned away by Woohoo Gaming is a great touch because Calm can actually use it. But since Evelyn, Vi, Hecarim are all taken away, Aatrox now stands out and Fate can use this now.
Yes, Fate on the Aatrox, the World Ender, is very apt because he does really well on this champion. Something that I think that Woohoo Gaming considered anyway. But they are going to be picking up the Camille, a really strong top laner still, especially with the Fiora being banned out. Now, I wonder if they're going to be going for... Yeah, they're going to be going for the Zoe again. Just saw that. Going to be putting that onto Pan maybe again. But definitely could be flexed onto Sandy, so that's something that, you know, they are playing with flexing also. Now, this Renekton going to Camille... I really hope that Calm can be all right in this matchup, because Rocky is a very proficient Camille player.
And of course, bring back the Lucian of Mirmo, because he dealt so much damage a while ago in number 1. Zeri gonna be picked up here, might indicate that we are just gonna be seeing Zeri on Sunny again and Pan on the Zoe again. But you mentioned that it can be flipped out, right? And Woohoo Gaming did do that before in their other series as well, depending on their preference and depending on their matchup. Now that the Galio has been removed, it can be just Sunny into the mid lane with the Zoe, or Pan as well into the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely could be switched out depending on the situation, depending on the matchup. They're not assuming that this Lucian is going to be going to Miro, but it definitely could, especially considering that he did pick it up. And a Fizz ban. Very interesting.
They just considered that maybe Mitsura would try again the Fizz, because they used it against Weibo Gaming and allowed them to secure that game number 1 as well. Man, the fear is now instilled to Woohoo Gaming, and respect is definitely given, which is a good sign from Woohoo Gaming.
A very good sign. I mean, if a team is so scared of a champion that you perform well on that they waste a ban on, basically 2 bans, right? Because they ban the Galio and then they ban the Fizz. That's like 2 Mitsura bans right there. Because we're not counting the Galio as a Margot ban. It's a Mitsura ban right there. A ban on the mid laner, considering how well he did. They're still gonna put Leona. They're gonna take Leona for Wake Up here. And that is most likely going to be then Pan in the bot lane. Margot on that Nautilus.
This should be Nautilus support, right? Unless
Mitsura it should be.
Unless Mitsura would suddenly like to be, I don't know, you're right, a Nautilus AP mid laner, or bring back 2017 again, Nautilus mid, Pike mid, like, from G2 Esports, Caps, back in the day. Orianna though is a great champion to be used there by Mitsura, especially that they do have loads of of frontliners. Xin Zhao is something that I missed so much, to be honest. And I am just happy to see it once again being used. Might be a great tool for Woohoo Gaming for disengage. Because again, they don't have disengage champion. Because Leona is more of an engaged champion. But having it seen right now be picked up, it might be something that they needed.
It could be something that either goes really well or backfires badly on Woohoo Gaming, considering that Fate is on that Aatrox, and that's going to be a little bit of a, you know, a 50-50 matchup. Either one of them is going to be really well off, and the other is going to be struggling. It really depends on how this early game goes, and based on what we saw from the early game of NAOS Esports, they're really proficient at laying down the foundation for a good mid game into a really suffocating late game.
And to add on onto the foundation of Xin Zhao so far, because it only has been picked once prior to this game. It was by EDG back in day number 5 by 0711. But it didn't really pan out as well as they intended when they matched against FPX. We all know how that series went. It was a 2-0 by FPX. But maybe this time, with the recent updates, of course, with the much more updated patch, that can be more helpful towards the Xin Zhao. Maybe Carryman can fully utilize this to help out Woohoo Gaming, extend the series to a game 3, especially that they do have the Camille as well. Pretty much better than Renekton in the scaling department. But always has to be on the watch on the Fury bars here of Calm, especially that it can be used to just deny the adaptive defenses of Rocky. So far, Rocky's just going to be poking out Calm, especially that it does have the tactical sweep. NAOS Esports will not be looking to engage anytime soon, especially that they do have quite a bit of scaling on their composition, except for Mirmor, right? We do see him being very comfortable in just being aggressive against Woohoo Gaming all throughout the game. It can be very useful later on. Still, the peel can be provided towards him.
Very consistent for Mirmor to be really aggressive on this Lucian. Calm and Rocky, though, getting into a little bit of an altercation. There is an Ignite taken down, but I don't think Rocky's going to follow up with that many minions still protecting Calm. So they're just going to call it a draw, give it a parlay, go back to eat their health honey fruits. Or Calm actually going to take this opportunity to go back, get a little bit more stats, and then come back into that top lane. Just walk it back. But it does seem like Fate and Carryman are going to be spotting each other out here. Carryman hasn't gotten his blue buff yet, and Fate is going to prioritize this Scuttle Crab so that he can have a little bit more priority towards that bot lane, which, you know, we saw him really abuse in the last game.
We also just saw, you know, Fan, the Zoe, help out on the kill there onto the Scuttle Crab. And Fate just said thank you for the help. Thank you for the leash as well. Able to set up vision in the bottom side river for NAOS Esports to be protected in case of an intended gank by Carryman. Xin Zhao is a great gap closer, especially if you have someone like Leona that can just follow up. You have to be always ready, prepared with any sort of vision. Now we see Carryman actually going towards top lane. Ron can actually initiate, but not level 5 just yet. The timing is just a little off.
Yeah, a tiny bit off, and that means Calm is going to be getting away with no skin off of his back. Although he is level 4 still, a little bit unfortunate that he doesn't have his Dominus yet. But they're not going to be continuing the gank, so he will be completely fine now. This does mean that Fate has a little bit more efficient of a jungle path for now, considering that there had to be time taken for that gank. Margot almost getting that dredge line there.
Yeah, well, that was close. That could have been first blood, especially that Shockwave is available for the Orianna. Though we do see that his HP, Mitsura, is actually pretty low. Edge line did not, but the Sleepy Trouble did connect. And no follow-up was handed over by the rest of Woohoo Gaming. They are just paying more respect towards NAOS Esports' capability to answer back.
Yep, the capability of NAOS Esports is pretty decent in, you know, in terms of answering back. But at this point, I don't think Woohoo Gaming really want to go aggressive too much. They don't have the they haven't scaled that far ahead yet to be able to, you know, combat a Lucian and a Nautilus with just a Leona and a Zoe. Of course, if Caraman is there, it's a different story. Looking at how the lanes are shaping up, it does look like there is going to be a switch once again between the mid and Dragon laner. You gotta put Zeri down there to better go up against that Lucian.
Let's see, NAOS Esports still focusing on the scale. Woohoo Gaming also on it as well. It's going to be very difficult later on for Woohoo Gaming to contest the engages here of NAOS Esports, especially that they do have lots of engage tools to be used for team fights. We can see that Woohoo Gaming might actually be interested in just taking the Rift Herald and letting NAOS Esports start scaling on the first dragon, especially that it's a mountain one. Rocky though, getting engaged, Fate is gonna be here as well, Depth Charge is gonna be used, hook shot to walk away, and it was enough to actually disengage.
Yep, hook shot travels very, very far. Rocky gonna be safe. Wake Up is there to kind of defend the tower a little bit, but against 3 he won't be able to, so they have to call in a little bit more reinforcements. Rocky has to stay, Carryman gonna be called over, and that means that NAOS has done their job. They've baited resources towards that side of the map, and they're doing kind of the same macro play that they were before. Now they're actually focusing on that Rift Herald instead of the Drake.
Woohoo Gaming, are they gonna be contesting? Because Wake Up is getting engaged! Has to flash away, Solar Flare gonna be used as well just for this engage, but it's not enough for him to survive. NAOS Esports gets first blood at 5 minutes and gets the Herald as well.
And that goes to Mitsura. A very, very good play to have that on. Unfortunately, they won't be able to contest that Mountain Drake, but they will be able to drop Shelly in that mid lane, freeing up the map, freeing up Mitsura to roam around a little bit more and try to have those really impactful shockwaves.
1,600 gold lead. It's now the start of NAOS Esports. Woohoo Gaming has to find some ways for this gold lead to be diminished, because NAOS Esports has great scaling in their composition. They have so many tools to go towards the back line. The only disengage that Woohoo Gaming actually has is just a Crescent Sweep coming in from the Xin Zhao. No other tools can be used. Maybe the Exec Ultimatum is going to be used in engaging for Woohoo Gaming. And if it's not available, no one can actually protect this Zoe and this Zeri.
Yeah, that is the problem. If they can't protect the Zoe and the Zeri, their damage is going to be very minimal. It's going to be pretty much gimped there. So if that is once again the focus of NAOS Esports, if they take out the backline as fast as they can, especially with the help of a ball delivery system, which could be Margot, it's going to be a very difficult proposition for Woohoo Gaming to win a team fight without their carries.
I mean, so many options for Mitsura, right? It can be the Renekton of Calm, it can be the Aatrox of Fate, it can be the Nautilus of Margot as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe just a command attack into the ult there. Because a classic combo. Just use your first skill and then use your ult.
Yeah, it's not too bad, honestly. The amount of people or ways that he can do it, but
it has been used already. Frog is still in a lot of trouble. Still is going to be taken down here by Fate. And a little bit late on the response here for Woohoo Gaming. That costed them yet another kill.
Yeah, caught sleeping a little bit there. But I do believe that Shockwave missed, but they were still able to... they were still able to grab that kill regardless. And that just speaks to how coordinated NAOS Esports were on that dive. Really building up on that early lead on that first blood, and the and Shelly taking down that tower. Really good macro plays here. NAOS Esports really looking so different from their past few matches where they've gotten close to greatness but haven't closed out. So now they're really looking to make their mark against Woohoo Gaming.
The only good thing that Woohoo Gaming has made here so far is be able to take the dragon, because it can help them later on the scaling. But they have to find ways to chip down this gold lead of NAOS Esports, because if it keeps on ballooning, even slowly, it's still gonna help NAOS Esports be able to prevent Woohoo Gaming from getting any more dragons. Look at this dive happening right now. Hook shot gonna be used to deny it, but the depth charge is still there. So much crowd control is present. Now suppressing this Camille. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be used. Adaptive defense is also there, but it's not gonna allow him to survive at all. So much CC is just present here.
Too much CC, and another tower for NAOS Esports. They may trade it with a tower in the mid lane, but they're gonna be coming in from behind.
They will commit onto it as well. Force a flash it off the Aatrox. Zenithly not connect onto Faith. That's gonna be trouble spelled out here for Woohoo Gaming. Wake Up's gonna be flashing away, but unable to survive. Of course, the sword will be landed towards his face, and 2 kills for NAOS Esports.
Another 2 kills, and they're going to be aggressing onto the tower. They're going to be sieging this with just Carryman. I don't think Carryman can stay here.
He shouldn't. Just give this tower away, and NAOS Esports will walk away smiling.
It's 5-0 right now in terms of kills for NAOS Esports. They've been so clean on the execution of these fights. Let's take a look at that, because they came straight from the top lane into the mid lane. They saw the tower being taken. They were like, yeah, sure, we'll go for that. Then a clean dredge line by Margot, just predicting where the Zoe would be. Unfortunately, Wake Up, he had really a lot of mobility on that Leona. He wasn't able to, seal the deal on Fate. Aha, Fate sealed. Once again, no Yone in this game either. But yeah, that was just it's so unfortunate. And Rocky being a bit annoying here with that ignite to keep calm in the lane, because Carryman is there.
It was so unfortunate as well that the Leona wasn't able to land the CC towards the Aatrox. Could have been their tool to get the kill onto the Aatrox. But this time, he will die once again after being suppressed for eons by this composition of NAOS Esports. And again, we talked about the second dragon. Woohoo Gaming doesn't have any chance of stealing this out or contesting it, just because of the leverage of gold of NAOS Esports to the kills that they have gotten in towers as well that they have taken down. Now, Calm is able to hold out his own against a 2v1 situation against a Camille and a Shinzao. That's insane. He doesn't care. He will continue to walk forward as Fate is going to be here, finally being protected by the command here of Mitsuru as well. Force the flash here of Rocky as well. And Woohoo Gaming is just looking to disengage, helping their friend, helping their teammate be safe as well, walking away.
Yeah, they are really just playing for each other now, with now a almost 5,000 gold lead here, and absolutely flawless on the executions every single time. It's getting really hard for Woohoo Gaming to even find the what's it called, the silver lining in any of these plays. How do they get back, because their composition is dependent so much on getting the Zoe and the Zeri fed, and they have not been getting anything at all.
Nothing, nada. It's a 6-0 performance by NAOS Esports. Mitsuru as well is quite loaded. 10,600 gold already compared to anyone here of Woohoo Gaming. The closest is Sunny with 8.8. The rest is just a little bit lower than that as well on Woohoo Gaming. And now the Baron's going to be on the table as well for NAOS Esports, if they are going to be interested in taking it as well. Because they don't really have any reason to just yet. They can play the long game, continue to scale, continue bashing the skulls here of Woohoo Gaming, and continue to dominate until they can actually just take this game as well.
Yeah, that is something that NAOS really wants. They just want to absolutely bang on the heads of Woohoo Gaming here. Man, they have all the power. They have all of the advantages here. And even if Woohoo Gaming tries to go for unengage, a positive engage on their own, who's going to go for first? Wake Up? He gets blown up. And once he's in the middle of them all, even with the solar flare, he just gets CC'd to death before Sani or Pan can really do any damage to make a difference.
Yeah, Wake Up will just be put to sleep immediately by NAOS Esports. Take some time for him to wake up once again. Woohoo Gaming has to find other ways. Maybe a shutdown towards Mitsura, maybe a shutdown towards Nirmo. It's going to be very difficult with the rotation coming in from NAOS Esports and the vision that they actually provide to allow those safety towards their carries as well. Baki hasn't been really able to pressure down the arm as well. It's a big indicator of this loss of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, it is a huge huge indicator. I mean, woohoo! It feels like their morale has gone, man. It really does not seem like the woohoo that we're kind of used to seeing. They have had some pretty decent victories, but at this point, where is the same fervor that we have seen before? They're kind of lost. I just feel like they're kind of lost. They're not being proactive. They're just reacting to things that NAOS are doing. So without being proactive, without looking for picks, they're just going to get picked off every single time. They're going to get engaged on by Margo, by even Mitsura being the front here, as he does have that shockwave potential.
That kinda boggled me. How did that dredge line connect? Not interaction, but it allowed Wake Up to be safe, walking away. Woohoo Gaming still has a chance to turn the tides around. They have been very patient and waiting for an opportunity to do so. Maybe a mistake coming from NAOS Esports, but we see a mistake of Rocky instead, walking towards a bush without vision, and had to flash away as well just to be safe. Is now an indicator of NAOS Esports to just start this Baron up.
Yeah, it is the positive indicator.
Wave, gonna be used Fate, gonna be running him down as well as that charge connecting to Carry Man. It is gonna be suppressed for eons. Hexagon David is gonna be used to zone the members here of NAOS Esports. It's not gonna be enough. It's never gonna be enough. Gaming has to walk away with 3 casualties on their head.
Yeah, that is 3 more kills for NAOS and no kills for Woohoo Gaming and a free Baron. Everything is turning up for NAOS Esports. They could be contesting KD Roaster for the top spot here in just a few minutes. As it seems impossible for Woohoo Gaming to find anything, because the minute they start to aggress onto NAOS, the immediate turn from the Baron into that beautiful team fight, and just nobody can lay a finger on the front line of NAOS Esports.
8-0, my friend. 8-0 by NAOS Esports. It's a one-sided beatdown. The story of this game is just dominance by NAOS Esports at this point.
Yeah, this is just insane from NAOS. We really had like the inkling, that Woohoo Gaming, maybe they learned from the last time. They're really good at getting to that game 3, but at this moment, it seems so impossible for them to even get a single kill. Not even onto Margo. They already got the CP Trouble Bubble, but that Nautilus is just so, well, I would say evasive, but he is too tanky, and he's got that dredge line to get out of trouble.
And we have mentioned NAOS Esports being on a lose streak so far. 3 lose streak prior to the series. It became a platform for them right now to have this kind of redemption story. Wake Up Force splash away. Just to be able to be safe, but the inhibitor tower is going to be taken down here by NAOS Esports. Every single one being targeted now. With the Baron power minutes as well. Pan going to be safe. Please engage with the portal jump. Shockwave to the back line! Will find the members in the full game, and they are just desperately trying to run away, but will not be able to not be allowed to do so. As the Nexus is exposed, the Crescent Sweep going to be used by Carryman to take this Nautilus down. But is it really enough? It's never enough, because this base is wide open. The engage comes through from this Camille. Akan's still going to be able to stay alive. Woohoo Gaming just is able to defend their base. Is the only best positive thing that we can say so far, and a couple of kills that they have secured.
Yeah, that is 2 kills for Woohoo Gaming. At least they were able to get a couple kills, so they're not gonna end this with 0 kills. But yeah, that was just a beautiful shockwave on the Saiyan pad, and then they just had to run for the hills. Basically 0 damage there, except for Carryman, who was able to still get that kill, but that was too little, too late at that point. Look at the inhibs, only one left standing. Here's the Elder Drake. It's just the finishing touches here for NAOS Esports now.
Yeah, potentially one last objective before they close out this game. But let's see. Woohoo Gaming is building up momentum, has been able to successfully defend, but is on a ticking time bomb. Because the waves are going to be crashing from the top lane and someone has to defend it. Ban going to be in a lot of trouble, is still able to portal jump out. Shockwave on once again! And Waker's gonna be in a bad spot right now. Is taken down. Kerriman's gonna be next, forced to flash away, and Sandy's just trying to disengage as well, while kiting the members of NAOS Esports. But after them disengaging, NAOS Esports continue again on this big Elder Dragon.
If Mitsura doesn't get the MVP again, I don't know like what is going on, because he has just landed meaningful shockwave after meaningful shockwave onto 2, onto 3, and he has just controlled this game. Now Esports are in the driver's seat and they are driving towards the win here.
He died!
He
After
died
the
still.
portal jump, Mirmo had him on check and got the damage done. Had the red buff as well to tick the HP below the threshold, of course, of the executing damage of the Elder Dragon. Now, they're on their way towards securing this Baron. Mitsura gonna be using the shockwave again. Has the stasis to buy some time. Is he gonna be able to flash over? The answer is no. It's taken down instead, but a trade up there. NAOS Esports. Now Kerriman gonna be the next target as well. Has the GA, but it's burning to death. Elder Dragon again is the king. Still able to stay alive, and NAOS Esports, I just turn again onto the Baron.
Cross the T's, dot the I's. Elder Drake into the Baron take here for NAOS Esports. Margo knows where Wake Up is going, and he's going to say, go back to sleep, boy. This is not your Baron. This is mine. Carryman desperately beelining for that Baron before Fate gets fighted down, but Fate does win.
They are able to take this Baron, but I think this is the time to disengage. Sandy actually goes in. This is going to be used by the Renekton to try and stay alive. Has his life as well. Able to just escape. Woo Gaming unsuccessful with getting anything there with Fade. Spotting out Sunny. Does have the World Ender just to scare them off, but a base already done. I mean, it's not the players, it's the minions. They've done their job better this time around to secure this 2-0 by NAOS Esports.
That is one of the swaggiest ways, forgive me for the language, circa 2012, but one of the swaggiest ways to win a match of League of Legends is by Winions, man.
Winion.
That was absolutely insane. What can we say about that? NAOS controlled the entire game from basically minute 1. A beautiful show of proactivity, macro to every single decision made by NAOS Esports that Woohoo Gaming wasn't able to react properly to, and a surprisingly passive game there from Woohoo Gaming for a 2-0, a very commanding 2-0 for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, we have been mentioning a redemption arc by NAOS Esports prior to the series, and this is a great way to have that as well. And a fantastic game in both Game 1 and Game 2. A much more dominating Game 2, to be honest. Especially with this kind of composition. Mitsura keeps on just flexing his flexibility in being able to use various champions in the mid lane and still perform really well. We saw the AP Galio a while ago into the mid lane. We now see the Orion landing so many shockwaves to the members of Woohoo Gaming that put them in such a desperate situation. It reached 20 minutes, but we see just a slow yet secured progression by NAOS Esports.
A very calm and calculated game. Haha, calm. But a very calculated game there. And look at that gold graph. It only went down towards the end when they gave away a few kills while they were trying to, break that base open. Mitsura with the most damage, 26,000, almost 27,000. And I swear, he has to be the MVP once again, because those shockwaves were so on point. It was insane. And man, while it was a slow game, it was a very incredibly controlled game. It was a chokehold. It was a chokehold, basically. There was just no opportunities given to Woohoo Gaming to exploit mistakes because NAOS didn't make any mistakes.
Didn't. I mean, there were times that they got caught in the base of Woohoo Gaming, but that's about it. Mitsura died once as well, but that's about it. It has to be so clean that they can polish even more. We see the potential of NAOS Esports. They have been really demonstrating how big of an improvement they've made from last season. And to think that the first big tournament that NAOS Esports has joined is WRL-A2 Asia. And now after one season, we see this kind of performance, exponential growth. And like what you mentioned a while ago, G10, Mitsura getting the MVP, definitely well deserved.
Yeah, 35% of the damage of the team, even though he only had 2 kills. He was instrumental in being basically the hammer that was pounding away at the nail of Woohoo Gaming here for NAOS Esports. And man, those shockwaves, if we could get a compilation of them in that game, that would have been amazing. But yeah, that's going to be it for that match. Good on NAOS Esports. At least we got that one APAC win for today. We'll be right back with match number 3, so stick around.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WRL-A for our third match of the day. I'm G10 coming at you with me is Giang, and finally, we are going to be going to a CN Conference versus CN Conference match in FPX versus JT.
Let's see if FPX can start on a better note this time around, because they're on a 2 series win streak. They've won against JDG and against Fennel in a 3-game series, but they had some troubles as well with top teams like Base Esports, like Nova Esports as well, especially in how great they are at responding towards the aggressive playstyle of FPX. J-Team knows it as well, and they have been able to adjust their formula for success, I would say, because they've had games wherein they try to be very aggressive. They've tried games in which they are just passively patrolling in the whole map, getting their gold going, and trying to play it as slow as they can, going for the scaling run. But it sometimes doesn't pan out for them as well. They tried it during their match against Thunder Talk, so that didn't really work as they intended it. Now we look at the lineup of FPX and see, of course, the composition that makes it really hard for enemy teams to actually win against them through their aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, this is one of the teams that's kind of like EDG in terms of their philosophy and their playstyle, and that really throws a wrench in the plans of a lot of CN teams, because, like, just taking a look at their record, FPX has only lost, Thunder Talk, Trace Esports, Nova Esports. They've beaten some really heavyweights like, EDG, who are on the uptrend, and of course, KBG, Weibo Gaming, and J-Team. They really haven't had the best of times so far. Yeah, they have some good wins, but not against really top tier teams in the CN Conference. I mean, they lost to Trace Esports, Thunder Talk, JDG, Weibo Gaming, and they really just need a little bit of a boost here to get up against FPX, because it is definitely going to be a challenge for them to adjust their playstyle to account for that aggression difference. Yeah, and they can look at these head-to-heads. We do have Kong and X1. Now, man, this KDA of X1, 8.33 miles ahead of our buddy Kong in FPX, but fairly similar stats, all things considered, in terms of damage per gold, kills per game. It just seems like J-Team, they've had a higher kill games, and X1 has been a very big part of those games where they have been able to win. These Dragon Laners, man, they are incredibly talented, but X1, whenever he does get going, man, does he get going. Oh, well, and as well, I wonder who the next head-to-head is going to be, because these two are very, very solid. And, well, I think, there's not going to be... Oh, here we go. The other head-to-head, of course, Sky FL and Soldier. Now, these two mid laners, very close stats wise, just a little bit of a difference on the KDA there for SkyFL. Now, I think it's because FPX, with their aggressive playstyle, with their focus on that early game, they make a lot of risky plays early on in their games, and sometimes they don't really work out. And in those games that they do go for those kinds of plays, and those games where they try to go for some aggressive plays and it doesn't work out, it does put a little bit of a dent in their stats. But in terms of gameplay style, SkyFL is pretty incredible on the mid lane. Another really proficient Akali player, which the CN Conference just has a lot of really talented Akali players. Soldier, fantastic Vladimir, if I remember correctly, Kassadin, and really he can flex into a lot of different mid laners, but I think his last successful outings, he was on that Corki So Corki really picking up a lot of slack there in the mid lane. In the jungle though, Shingdown7 and CF17, two of the linchpins of either team. Shingdown7, of course, is one of the players that really enables that aggressive playstyle here for FPX, because without his early ganks, his early map control, FPX wouldn't be able to, really give their aggressive early game plan a big shot. But CF17 just really stable in that jungle role, very dependable, but he is kind of lacking in that sort of proactivity sometimes that Qingdao7 is oozing out of. Of course, can't discount like the bot lane in its entirety, because for FPX sometimes they just decide to go really ham on that bot lane without jungle assistance, just dominate the lane from like minute 1, minute 2, which is very like FPX. They're just incredible at early game skirmishing and snowballing that into a lead, into something bigger. And these junglers are a big part of that snowball.
Yeah, I apologize for that small, that short problem that occurred a while ago. Rest assured, it is gonna be better this time around. Again, just building on what you mentioned a while ago, this has been a great performance.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A 的比赛现场，我是小优。今天最后一场比赛由 FunPlus 战队对阵 J-Team 战队，在常规赛的关键阶段 ，FunPlus 能否乘胜追击，稳步攀升 ，J-Team 又能否把握机会，成功晋级，让我们拭目以待。The last match of the day is FunPlus versus J-Team in the K stage of the regular season. Can FunPlus seize the victory and climb steadily, or J-Team can grasp the opportunity to qualify for the playoffs? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome FunPlus Phoenix and J-Team.
真不会觉得你们几个人进季后赛了吧？
能不能赢啊？今天
尽全力。
到底能不能赢啊？
能赢。
What?
The tag team.
Yeah, just so it's. I never knew you can actually tag team on the trash talk session in J Team.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing.
I mean, for their lack of really great performances, JT makes up for it in confidence, man.
No.
I absolutely love it.
Well, at least they're still in a good spot, I would say. If they win here, they would be having
awesome
a
spot.
same scoreline as Nova Esports. I mean, that's I think the goal here of the J-Team. Have a better secured spot. They don't want to be eliminated. This team is still grinding. This team is still hustling. They need to handle the aggressiveness of FPX.
接下来，让我们有请双方打
Yeah,
野
that's
选手
something
登
that
场。
is
In the
very
jungle,
difficult for a lot of teams,
FunPlus
especially in the
J-Team
CN conference, because it just goes
CF17.
against, the established meta for most of the teams in the CN conference, because they're a lot of them very
有
calculated,
请
very
双方
dependent
中路
on
选手登场。In the
macro
middle
and
FunPlus
really
Sky FL
setting
J-Team
up
Soldier.
things to for that mid game. But FPX, they're all about that early
有请
game a
双
lot of
方
the
射
time.
手
They're
登场。In the duel lane,
really
FunPlus
focused
J-Team
on
X1.
getting the early lead, whether it's in the bot lane skirmishing from minute 1, minute 2, or with Shingdao7 in the jungle just
最后有请双方
finding
辅助
a
登场
really
and support.
early gank
FunPlus
to set up his
J-Team
top or mid lane.
DY.
It's insane how early things can be going good for FPX.
两支队伍
FPX,
现已
known
集
for
结
their
完
aggression,
毕，
is
让我
looking
们
to
即刻
do
进入
that
召唤师
again.
峡谷。All
And I
players
just
are
love
getting
seeing
ready. Let's start into
these
the
aggressive,
wild.
play styles. Of course, we saw it from EDG how they just dominate their teams. We saw it recently as well in our first series. Now FPX is gonna be looking to replicate that. Of course, they have the same pattern. They have the same formula for success. Be aggressive and be very irritating in the whole game. Just look for fights and try to dominate the game as early as you can.
Yeah, it really is a different playstyle than a lot of teams are used to. So I mean, it's the same kind of playstyle that EDG uses, you know, and they have been really on the up and up. I mean, 8 wins in a row, 8 series wins in a row. They're just absolutely dominating right now. And FPX, they are just below EDG, if I'm not mistaken, on the standings. So definitely one of the teams that is also taking the standings by storm, the leaderboards. And if they can take this win against J Team, then they will be sitting really, really pretty right under EDG.
I mean, it's as if like we can see that FPX having a mentor, and that mentor is EDG, and they have to follow the same route as EDG as well. They're on a different dimension though. EDG is too damn good. 8 win streaks so far, and defeated the former top 1 and 2 teams. I mean, still is the top 1 and 2 teams, right?
Still they are.
And Trace Esports, but after losing to EDG, are they really the top right now, or EDG is just going on the sleeper mode? And FPX has been sleeping for quite a while now. They need to start establishing control in their attempt to also be in a better spot here, because if they win, they basically should have a similar or almost the same scoreline as EDG, and they've won against EDG as well, right? Before. And the initial parts of initial days of this tournament, they were able to dominate against EDG and give them also a chance to have this kind of formula for success.
Yeah, double snowball into the immediate engage here. FPX gets chucked down, and that's the first 2 kills there for J Team. But then can the Aatrox do anything? Great start here. J Team in this fight for side, just barreling down on the bottom side of the lane and snowballing it up, man. It was absolutely insane. Soldier with another one. Get some more. Yeah, the face breaker into the haymaker, and FPX they're all but wiped out here. Skyfell, the last man standing, versus 4, and he still stands.
It does. SCY looking to have another engage. It's been denied!
Ooh!
Oh, Chow!
Double kill. Yeah, that was a double kill, and Chow is on the back line already. And that Mila is, she is going to really, really hurt in an Aram situation. Oh my god, they just keep engaging. They just keep going. J Team are saying, you guys are the early gamers? Well, we're the early gamers in the fight for side. We're just gonna, every single time we get into lane, snowball into you. And because of that, they've already gotten 10 kills.
And this time, J Team is going to be looking to take this tower down as early as they can. Contest.
Yep, a bit of a aggressive take there onto that tower. They sacrifice SZY and CF17, but they will be coming back to lane with more items, more combat efficiency, and an ultimate there for CF17 ready to use. Will they snowball in once again? They were trying to. They just hit the minion, but if they hit those snowballs, they were just going to go in immediately. Especially since SZY is that set. He can set these things up very quickly for J Team with the face breaker and the haymaker, even if he doesn't have the showstopper.
The soldier can engage as well. It's a set.
Yeah, that is going to be the big engage, and the Sivers down already. They're under tower. FPX can't fight back. They're taking 1 down, 2 down. Oh, but SkyFL is still alive, and actually DY a little bit too aggressive under the tower there, but it's fine because J Team, they're just trying to get extra kills before they, most of them have to go back for that, for those items that they really need.
And J Team, well, Soldier trying to get 1. Will not get it, unfortunately. Still have the items going. Picked up the Yeoman's Ghost Base. Snowball!
Skyfell down. Yeah, that's on his Akali that he's really well known for. But already you can see J Team still fighting back. They've already taken down the chase. 2007. And, FPX though, they are getting back into the groove of things. They are finding their damage. That Mila is going to be hurting a lot, but Soldier is hurting even more because he's Lee Sin in the early phases of the game. Can he take Kong down as well? Maybe if he hits the Sonic Wave. Yes, he does, as that Aatrox falls down. Soldier actually flashes into the bush and gets the safeguard onto DY as well, so he doesn't even die from that. Soldier just being like being true to his name and soldiering on. He gets another engage here into the health pot, so he did get a heal. He lived for a little bit longer. Sky fell in his mist as he goes down to the set. But on the backside of it all, as sees F17, he went inside somebody, and with SZY, he was able to take down the Sivir. And J-Team, they're just stacking up kill after kill after kill. SZY is getting chased down. He will go down to Chow. But J-Team, they have the owners here. Oh man. And that is another kill. The Aatrox down, and there's a stun with the gold card. Will it be the finisher? Yes, it will, as well as the tower taken out. Neela not really able to do anything. And yeah, that's going to be J-Team still trying to get more.
Yeah, 17 dying though is a bit of an overextension. Does have the mana being this time around, just picked up the second. FPX losing a tower. Hasn't found an opening just yet to regain control here in this game. So far, we have seen great initiations coming from SPY, especially if this is a set. And one of the most impactful champions we have seen so far in the fight for side is this very champion, this set. Oh!
Yep. Oh, Dragon's Rage into them, but Dawn just pops the ultimate on hot now. SCY goes for the showstopper, and the fight has been split. Look at all of this as CF17 goes into the back of the mall. Soldier trying to run away will get run down instead. SkyFL will take that kill as FPX, they hit back. They got 4 kills there for 1.
Can they defend? Looks like it's going to be very difficult as DY just suddenly popped up. And the ace comes through the tower, falling down. The second one as well might just be taken by FPX.
Yeah, because SDY, he's not going to be able to defend against 3. Yeah, the 2 towers down there as FPX take him out, and they do all die, but that's a strategic death there. They wanted to get more stats. They wanted to come back with more items there. They're confident that Kong can hold back the assault here of J-Team.
J-Team trying to take this tower down, but it's so difficult, especially with Gong right here, right now. With the Akali, 2 scaling champions now being able to get their items as well. Just looking for an opening, looking for a mistake, especially with SZY. If the showstopper doesn't land onto the other members of FPX, and if the Haymaker as well is dodged, and that's gonna be the chance for FPX to continue pushing forward.
Yep, a big step still for FPX, even though they're behind in kills. If they can keep this momentum going, especially with Kong being the front line that they need. Oh god, those accelerated shock blasts are starting to hurt, but there is SZY in the middle of them all. The face breaker onto all, like, 3 of them as CF17 is on the backside, but FPX, they are fighting back as CF17 is not able to really find any purchase here. DY, though, in the back of the fight somehow is going to get taken out. That's an ace for FPX, and they could run this down and get a little bit of damage onto that Nexus.
Maybe. I mean, still short death timers. So SZY, X1, and Soldier should be able to defend this. And they're just gonna go with the execute here. Unfortunately, FPX game is not done just yet. This is gonna be very important for both of these teams, especially to maybe secure blue side, since that has been the trend so far in many of the games we have seen of the past few days. For FPX, I think they are also quite interested in securing red side, since more of their games has been won on red side recently. Just like Dramatic is JDG.
Yep, JDG J-Team coming in here, getting engaged on. Actually, they're the ones who wanted it, but it was FPX who got what they needed. As SkyFL will go down to SZY, but the consistent damage is coming in, and it is FPX who are getting the kills. 3 for 3 so far. But Soldier has to dash out of there as DY is the one who's getting chased away by Shingdao7 and Don128. The longer this fight goes on, the longer this game goes on, Shingdao7 is going to hurt a lot more. Accelerated shock blasts are the key here to the victory for FPX if they do get it. Soldier just went for the execute there, the Destiny with the gold card, but cancelled by the 2 skies. And excuse me, Shingdao7 is going to be completely fine. If he can find an accelerated shock blast here, DY is going to start hurting.
J-Team, again, is looking for an opening. Okay, is going to be a risky take here for CF17. Let's see. He lands the damage, lands the burst here onto FPX. going to be very difficult because again, he is very squishy, and that's lack of crowd control now present with the team. They will be relying on SZY and Soldier a lot more for sure. But this can be a tool that they can fully utilize to burst down Sky and Kong.
Yep, that is something that they could do. Soldier with a Dragon's Rage just to keep Kong out of the front line, but the hunt has been caught by Dawn, and now it is hunting time for FPX. But can this showstopper make a difference? Not quite, as SZY is does do a little damage, and there was really not a lot of follow-up from J-Team. So Soldier is the next point of contention here. There's already 3 down, just Soldier and DY left. Can he make a big play? He's already used his Dragon's Rage, and the Destiny is not really going to matter all too much. With all of these huge death timers, I don't think DY can survive against 5, even if they're very low. He Destinies to the other side to try to delay the minions, but that just hastens his death with an ace there in there. Well, technically the base. That is going to be FPX onto the Nexus now, and they are going to take this fight for side.
And we talked about FPX loving red side recently. They can do this again, this time against J-Team. And it's going to be an interesting take if ever they do come in on the red side, since J-Team has been, losing quite a bit of games recently. The only win so far that they've had is against Team Flash, and it's not really the best recovery so far on the couple of losses that they have received against the other teams. They have won on blue side and red side, but it's more so where FPX is gonna start is the most important one. And J-Team has to prepare for it as well. If FPX is gonna be comfortable picking the red side, yes, they are gonna be the ones to ban away the Hecarim, the Evelyn, and possibly even something like a Beer to be respected for J-Team. But they can build up a great composition still. We have seen them on something like a medic squad recently, especially with Dawn 128 not really hesitating on a Camille, and Chow as well on the Galio. Can be done again here against their next team, which is J-Team.
Yep, that is something that FPX definitely can look towards. Excuse me, a good place up for them to be utilizing against a team that has not had the best of times. They are still in contention. They're just on the cusp of not making the playoffs. They're just above Woohoo Gaming at the moment. If J-Team loses, they will move Woohoo Gaming up 1 spot, and they'll be on par with the JD Gaming. So this is a very do or die situation here for J-Team, and they know it.
This is a tough one, honestly. If anyone that is a fan of J-Team is watching right now, definitely this match is going to be very, very important, since they are on the 8th spot so far. And it's still very redeemable by the other teams to take the spot of J-Team on the 8th spot. Woo Gaming attempted it a while ago. Unfortunately, wasn't able to win against NAOS Esports, and just received a 2-0 beatdown by NAOS Esports as well. The other teams can still climb up higher than J-Team, particularly a team that FPX battled already against before, which is JDG. And FPX, interestingly so, did choose blue side this time around.
Yeah, it is a very common side for CN conference teams to pick. It's just, it frees up a lot of banning potential, basically. So they will be focusing their bans on CF17. He has made a lot of impact in the matches where J-Team did win. So they're gonna ban out his Vi, they're gonna ban out his Lee Sin, and they're gonna be picking up that Aatrox for Shingdao 7.
Great start, great champion for Shingdao 7. Surely will be attempting to shine all throughout this game, especially when he gets his items going. J-Team has to look for ways to suppress this Aatrox later on. Gragas is a great one, of course, with the isolation of the cast and the body slam as well. Interesting ADC of choice here for X1, since he does love picking up the Ezreal, but has picked it up early this time around. Might indicate that they're willing to give up mid champions for now, or SZY's champions, and have him pick later on.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that Ezreal is usually picked up there for FPX, and they do like using it in that bot lane to secure an early lead because he is pretty strong in the early game comparatively with his Mystic Shot. But they will be picking up the Nautilus and the Vladimir, while the Renekton will be coming out here for SCY. Now, that's a really strong pick early on, but it could be countered here by FPX. Bans coming out though, no Jax, which, you know, is one of the things that does well into a Renekton. No Sivir here for Kong either, which is another champion that can be used aggressively in the early game. So they know who they're playing against, J-Team. And FPX, on the other hand, they will be banning out mid champions. No Corki, no Zoe, or Soldier. Please do it. Please do it. Please get Nunu. Please do it. CF17. Please play Nunu.
Do it.
Please play Nunu.
Do it.
Please play Nunu.
Do it. Do it. I like how we were as if we were like whispering on their they can hear us.
Whispering
right?
in his ear. Do it. Do it. Do it.
No. The Angel won. They went on their good side, especially with CF17 being very good on the Kazakhs. Of course, we'll be looking to jump into the member tier of FPX if they are so isolated by DY. FPX though, investing on burst champions this time around, has someone to pin down some of the members here of J-Team as well, with the Hexic Ultimatum available for this Camille.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, there is not a lot of consistent CC they can use to lock down that Kha'Zix, and he does go into that into the back line. Now this Gwen, interesting pick. This Gwen is going to the top or the mid lane, maybe for Soldier, or is it going to be? Yeah, it's probably going to Soldier. Yeah. So versus a Vladimir, this is not the worst matchup for Gwen. It's just that SkyFL is going to be scaling quite a lot. And the Gwen, yeah, she shreds, but is there is a little bit to shred there for FPX. It's just that I feel like there could have been a lot better options in the mid lane for Soldier.
Gwen though is something that we've seen but on talented mid laners be fully utilized. And only so far one player has come to mind of mine that is just so good on this champion, and that's Z from Thundertongue. Now J-Team, after witnessing it be used by this by Z, will be attempting to use it this game now for their match against FPX. Let's see if Soldier can have the same or better performance with this Gwen. Still just game number 1, in which both teams can set a tempo for this entire series, or maybe even start the dominance already for game 1. Let's see who will get this victory. Will it be FPX or J-Team?
Yeah, Soldier taking a page from the master, the man who is kind of on top right now, Z, in terms of just the leaderboard. But FPX, they are a very aggressive team, and you can see it from this level 1. They're looking to get a pick as early as now, but that ward will dissuade them, even though they don't know it's warded. They will, since they didn't see anybody, they're just going to go to their normal lanes. But don't discount their aggressive play, because they can definitely, from minute 1, minute 2, just start laying it down.
FPX, non-128 is an incredible Camille player, and will be looking to just have a stable performance here against SZY. But we note SCY as someone that can really initiate quite well in some of the fights. He has demonstrated it many times, not only from the fight per side a while ago, but in the actual games that J-Team has had over the past few days that they participated in the regular season. X1 getting too low for comfort there. Chowdo missed on the flash, so that's at least a safety net now for this bot lane.
That's what I'm talking about. FPX, minute 1, they are just going to go for as much advantage as they can in the early, so that they can you know, kind of snowball that, roll that over into the lane. And that is one of the really strong points, is their bot lane. Chao and Kong, they can just over and over again go for the aggressive trades, go for try to bully the ADs. Really, they only focus on the AD, trying to get that first kill.
FPX being very cheeky there a while ago in the bottom lane, right? Sky is just gonna be trying to scale in the mid lane. Not much pressure is gonna be felt here by Soldier, but same goes for Sky. Sky looking now in the bottom lane. Look at the impact here as well. Chao in the vicinity, Shengdao7 being sent out here as well, just for a chance to maybe engage onto them.
Now Kong is on the back foot in terms of HP, though X1 is the one that's forced back. FPX really not afraid of anything. They want to get any early kills that they can, and they'll risk their lives for it if they need to. You saw Skyfell, once he had that leeway in the mid lane, that freedom to roam, immediately towards that bot lane, immediately trying to get a first kill, because, you know, if J-Team doesn't, or if J-Team can prevent that from happening for the first like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, then they'll be in a much better spot to take those, you know, early mid-game skirmishes versus FPX. But G2B already looking for a gank here against SCY, and there's a Hextech ultimatum, and G2B is there. He's got the world ender, forces the flash on SCY.
Great maneuver by SCY, denied all the CCs coming from G2B. Goes back in. That might just be a mistake though. No flash.
No flash.
Still able to escape though.
Skya fell! Now he's got the Hemo Plague. Now they're really forcing this dive, and they get it. The blood pool will get him out of there. That's first blood for FPX. They will do anything to get first blood.
Anything. They thrown everything for that kill. And they've secured first blood. That is a great step. So many resources though used just to take that first blood, and not really the best kind of outcome. Yes, that is a kill, but it gave an opportunity for J2 to answer into the mid lane. Now an invade is being commenced, taking some of the camps here of their jungler, and Shengdao7 being denied of resources is going to be a bad sign for FPX.
Bad sign for now, but Shengdao7, he honestly, the resources that he needs are kills. As an Aatrox, he wants to participate in those kills rather than farm it up, because that's really what he's most useful as that skirmishing tool that they need, that knock-up tool that does a lot of damage. And that's something that I think FPX are really going to be banking on, is they're going to want to skirmish a lot in this mid-game, knowing that they have that initial advantage. That goal lead already around 1,000, but that is, you know, no small amount when it comes to FPX, because as long as they have an advantage, they will try to push it.
Let's see if FPX will be able to get the momentum going. So far, that was an interesting kill a while ago in the top lane, right? J-Team's handling on their own. They're just going to be looking to scale later on. They have so many folks, and they have the necessary tool later on to actually engage towards FPX, which is the Gwen of Soldier. And it's a scary thing to see if FPX is going to allow the scale to happen here towards this Gwen.
Ooh.
Soldier going to be here alongside with CF17. Dawn going to be baited a little bit. Is still fine. The jump.
He's isolated, has to flash out, was exhausted. Soldier trying to get that kill onto Dawn.
Whoa.
Goes for it, but not quite enough damage there. Well, Shengdao7 is there on the Rift Herald. They're going to try to contest this, but this is a fight on two sides. On one side, it is going to be the Renekton SZY trying to get out of there, but the flash with the culling coming in, and as well as the Rift Herald getting taken for FPX. But now CF17, after getting that dragon, will be in the fight. It's going to be a 4v4, maybe 3v4, because DY has been forced out. FPX undoubtedly got the better end of that. They got the Rift Herald, which they can utilize to get more gold into their pockets.
It was a great cast coming in from DY to isolate Chao, in order for the rest of J-Team to be able to get the kill onto Shengdao7. We look at this rip to see it one more time as well. The Soldier was trying really his very best to be able to carry, especially that it's still just early game, not really the best time to get the damage going. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see the replay, But the Aatrox still lived, despite it, able to get the Rift Herald as well. And they were also able to get SZY, which is such a great performance so far by FPX. 2-0 start, RH can be used. And this tower might actually just be taken down here by Chao and Kong as well, because SZY cannot enter, cannot contest, cannot engage onto them.
Yeah, and if not the tower, then definitely a lot of plates there are going to be going into their pockets. DY taking a lot of damage there, and the tactical sweep. Oh man, now we go into Shelly. There's a World Ender. He's already tried to engage onto XY. Shao coming in, and there he is with the Dredge line. And Shingdao7 still lives from that as the Shelly takes down the tower. They get another kill, and that is exactly what we're talking about. The lead from FPX is only going to skyrocket. Charger and Shelly as well.
This is a disastrous start here by J-Team. They weren't able to win on the team fight. Bottom lane though, Soldier is trying to take a tower down. Dawn is gonna be here to cancel it out, giving no opportunities for J-Team to bounce back here in this game.
Such proactivity by FPX. They're definitely not just sitting there. There's a Dominus coming in for SZY, but he just uses it to stay alive and get out of that sticky situation. Skya fell already, starting to really hurt with his Qs, man. Just draining the blood out of the enemy champions. But for now, it's going to be a tiny bit of a quiet moment as FPX are going to back out and get a couple of items and try to figure out where their next plan of attack is going to be, because they are going to plan to attack.
They have been already attacking. At least for FPX, J-Team hasn't really found the best opening just yet to attack. And the way for them to actually bounce back here is through Soldier. He's the only one that can deal massive damage towards the front line. Maybe the Ezreal, it can be resisted by FPX, can be dodged, can be denied with a proper engage, especially that they have so many of those engage tools on FPX's side. DY has a big responsibility to deny some of those, especially with the body slam and the cask. So far, we haven't seen that actually being able to protect the backline members here of J-Team. Now this mid lane being pushed.
Oh, Hextech ultimatum onto SZY and FPX with the collapse. They're already taking that Crocodile down, forcing Dominus just to survive the Hemo Plague. But now CF17 is the next target. But who is the real target here? Was it Dawn? No, because they are onto DY. Soldier now on the back line. Is this going to be a good fight for him? He's in the mist, but so is the rest of FPX. Oh, they actually find a kill there. But Kong has now entered the conversation. He has entered the chat, but unfortunately, he's going to have to exit it as CF17 is the one who takes his hand right off. The Aatrox goes down as well, and that was a little bit of a rare misstep there for FPX, giving up 3 kills for nothing.
Yeah, FPX making a big mistake in the team fight, unable to get a proper target selection here towards J-Team. Not only went to actually exit out, and they got punished instead. J-Team now being able to bash this tower down and take more gold for themselves, recovering from the early 4,000 gold lead of FPX. We look at this replay and see that FPX wanted a disengage. Dawn 128 already hookshot it away, but some of them still committed onto the team fight, thinking that maybe they can actually win this. But Soldier had the better end, had the Needles thrown out onto the crucial members here of FPX. They tried to go in once more with Kong leading in the front, but that's a bad idea because your illusion, and it got punished instead with CF17 going in alongside with SZY, securing more kills for J-Team.
While FPX still has that slight gold lead, the confidence is building here for J-Team. They're going to be starting this Ice Drake now, but FPX, they're not looking for the Drake, they're looking for the fight here. They're hunting for whoever's in the back, and that is going to be SZY and maybe the target. So because of that, J-Team, they're just going to focus on the Drake and force FPX to make a decision here, and the decision has been made. CF17 secures the Drake, but they secure a kill onto Soldier. SZY forces Dominus just to get away. He really hasn't been able to make any marks inside fights. He's just needed to run away time and time again. But even losing that Dragon, FPX, they're still on the attacking side. They're still aggressing hard.
J-Team, soul point right now. FPX needs to find ways to deny the last dragon. It's gonna be a difficult proposition this time around, especially with J-Team slowly but surely bouncing back. And we see Soldier as well starting to shine. 2 items picked up, no Nashor's Tooth just yet. But so far, we have seen a massive impact already by this Gwen of J-Team.
Yep, that Gwen has been kind of the key to winning the first fight that they did, and now CF17 as well. Having gold funnel towards that Kha'Zix is very, very important, especially when you're looking to use him to be that tip of the spear here. Speaking of CF17, he was caught in that, but FPX, they're the ones who are cashing out even under tower. They're not afraid to dive. DY is going to get eliminated next. Now X1 is the target. The World Ender is in the midst of it all. He gets taken out by CF17, but it's a trade there. It's still a 1-for-4.
The burst down towards Soldier and the follow-up as well. The commitment by FPX to get the kills back in their favor. Now they're also back in a 5,000 gold lead. Check that replay out, because the main thing to defeat a Gwen is to be able to burst him down. You cannot win on an extended team fight against a Gwen because he can just resist the damage and sustain himself. But Chengdao 7 landing the sword was killed off at the very end, but it doesn't matter because they've been able to get the kills already. Now Baron.
Why are they Baron? This is so risky, but FPX is nothing but risk, and they do get that Baron, and they're gonna go for the fight once again. Already one down, CF17 down as well, and another one. That's 3 down. Soldier, the last one in the fight, and he's gonna get taken down. That's a 4-0, I believe, for FPX, and they have just ballooned their gold lead. It's now 7.6 thousand, and this is the beginning of the end for J-Team.
And it's Sky, the Vladimir, that was able to get the last hit onto the Baron. Unfortunate for CF17. He tried his very best to be able to get the steal for J-Team, but wasn't able to do it. Now FPX, with the Baron powered minions, will be able to open up the base here of J-Team, starting with the mid lane, of course. Top lane is going to be next after Dawn 128 is done, getting his second tower.
They're pushing it 1-3-1, but the danger of a 1-3-1 is that you can't have everybody at the same time. But that's fine because they're really, really strong right now. Even with that stasis, Sky FL coming in on the back line, onto everybody, Hemo Plague, into the Blood Pool, into all of the drainage. But FPX, their health bars are getting low, so they just decide to disengage. They lose the Aatrox, but they gain 3 towers, I believe it was.
They've opened up the base of J-Team quite well already and accelerated this game much further towards in beneficiary of themselves as well. 9,000 gold lead. Ooh, this is a tough one for J-Team, especially for Soldier. Top lane. Are they gonna be investing on an engage? Chengdao 7 indicates that maybe it's just gonna be a yes, and J-Team quickly responds with them walking away.
They have to. They have no choice. At this huge of a gold lead, if they try to pick a fight, they lose just immediately. Sky FL is very fed. So is Dot. So is the Aatrox, man. It just is a very bad proposition for J-Team to try to look for a fight here. But even then, you know, FPX, they are trying to force their hand, to force them to make a decision, to force them to react to what they're doing, because as long as J-Team are reacting, that means that, you know, they're not being proactive, and that benefits FPX even more.
See if J-Team can still find. I mean, that's the only thing that can save this game for J-Team, if they can actually get the soul. And it's a big responsibility for CF17 to get the steal, but it's not going to be possible at all. FPX denies the soul from them. They have to look the other way.
They deny the soul, and right after the Drake, the Hextech ultimatum for the engage. Already, CF17 is down. The bug has been squashed. Next is the Crocodile, turned into Crocodile Adobo right there. As Sky FL comes in, what a burst on the Hemo Plague, and then now Soldier. It is kind of an extended fight for him. Can he actually do stuff here? Not really. DY, the last man standing, as he is going to get hunted down by Dawn. He gets the Blast Cone. Tries to just back out in a cheeky spot, but the Nexus is already open, and FPX know the win condition. They don't need to get more towers if they just get the Nexus. Finally, the Gragas gets put to sleep after drinking that much alcohol, and the Nexus explodes. FPX with another trademark aggressive win.
And FPX, after getting an opening, they take it without hesitation and accelerated this game, fully having an aggressive nature, unlocking the best way that they can win games, and that is through ruthless aggression. FPX getting game number 1, J-Team having a bit of trouble in the scaling department, especially for Soldier to be able to shine. Going to be a a big challenge for them to push this to a game number 3, but still very winnable. I mean, we can never discount J-Team just yet, especially in the series. They've bounced back in series time and time again. And this time, they can still do it, but they have to really adjust.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge adjustment here for J-Team, and I feel like they still haven't really figured out the crux of the playstyle of FPX. As you know, they did pick out champions that do well in a scaling composition with the Gwen, but they just were not able to get to the point where they were able to scale up. CF17 was supposed to be the one that was initiating that, but his Kha'Zix got pretty controlled in the early game. Even though he was able to secure a couple of dragons, he was not able to impact the map nearly at all, because as soon as FPX were, as soon as they peeled the outer layers off of those turrets, they took down all the tier 1s, and then they started roaming together and picking fights. And that is kind of a playstyle that is the weakness of a lot of CN Conference teams.
FPX winning this game after 15 minutes. It's a fast game, to be honest. It took some while before they were able to load up their power. But when they got the opening, they took it without hesitation. Gave J-Team really a hard time to bounce back here in this game. Denied as well the soul is a great way to just deny the scaling furthermore towards J-Team. And this is a great demonstration of how FPX, like EDG, wins their games. And J-Team has to have an answer this time around, or else they're just gonna be swept away, just like the other teams that FPX has won with this same setup, with this same formula.
Yeah, and that is just a very well executed game there for FPX. It's their trademark. It is the trademark that they did. Just aggression from the onset, from the early game, to intimidate the opponent into playing passively, because when the opponent's playing passively, man, does FPX get excited. And we'll get excited for this MVP as SkyFL is going to be taking it 9-1 and 7 on that Vladimir. The damage cannot be understated there.
Yeah, 9-1 and 7 is insane, to be honest. Battling against a Gwen. Soldier did not have a great time this time around, but let's see if J-Team can still bounce back in the next game.
Yep, and we'll be seeing you after the break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
After the strong start by FPX, let's see if they can go with a strong finish as well. The J-Team is looking to bounce back here in this series. Push this to game number 3. We're still in Casters Kiyang and G10. We're very excited for game number 2. And we're also about to start on the drafting. Let's see what's the adjustment here by J-Team.
What could J-Team possibly do here to prevent FPX from doing the same thing they did and running rampant with their unbridled aggression? Well, they're going to ban out Evelyn first, because if you give that to Shane.7, oh boy, you're not going to have a great time. But yeah, the jungle will be, I feel like, a huge focus here, or at least a little bit of a focus here for the banning phase. Vi and Lee Sin both being banned out for CF17. They know him as a playmaker, and even though he didn't do as well on the Kha'Zix, if he gets one of those, early game playmaking champs, it could be a little bit of a dampener for FPX's, their capabilities, their game plan. So will they ban the Hecarim here, or will they leave it open so that they can maybe take it in the second rotation?
I think this is going to be a scary position here for FPX. If they are not going to be banning the Hecarim, they should ban it, and they will. But the 8 rocks can be taken here by CF17. This is also one of his favorite champions. Looks like they want X1 to really get the Xayah, which is one of the winning conditions here by J-Team, to be honest. Because X1, the best champ that he can use right now, especially that allowed J-Team to win some of their games, is this champion, the Xayah.
Yeah, if there is any champion that they could fall back on and hopefully get a W, it is X1's Xayah. But FPX, though, they're going to be going with the philosophy of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if the bear... they're going to be going with the Shen for CF17. I get it, very protective. They're going to be running a protective Xayah composition, most likely. Maybe could be a Zoe in the mid lane to shore up that damage, but definitely putting a good, bruiser in the top lane like Renekton is going to be a priority here. Even though SCY got kind of bullied on the Renekton, it still is a decent champion to just blind pick into a bunch of things here for FPX.
Yeah, it's better to pick up the Shen as well here for CF17. The Volibear is too risky. We don't really see that much win rate on that champion. Like, that's really good to add in more frontline power here for J-Team as well. It can stand a great chance against the Jap, at least in the early game. But backline access can be delivered by this champion as well. Now, Jax is going to be a massive late game investment again. So far, 3 scaling champions. On the side of FPX, I think they need to start investing on early game champions, possibly Delusion here for Kong, to at least have a good bullying power against this Xayah. But they can actually serve it last, since support, I think Kong can pick up like a Nautilus here for Chow, since it is still open. But early hover on the ADC. This Lucian is something we talked about just a while ago.
Yeah, he did well. But they will prioritize that Nautilus, looks like. They want that very aggressive engaged support, and Nautilus can be that. But more importantly, he's very tanky and has a lot of ways to get out of sticky situations, from if ever J-Team are the ones who are aggressing, and they have Chow in the front lines, they can, he can just dredge line out, he can get himself out with a depth charge, he also has a shield. But right now, looking at the damage profile for J-Team, very AD focused. But that is going to be a lot of burst damage there on the Corki, and then just consistent damage plus that burst from the return from Saya. And please, Big Thresh, I want DY to play Thresh. Is he gonna do it? He's gonna lock it in. Please lock it in, because that would be amazing. Yes!
They tried it against JDG
go.
before during day number 7. Didn't turn out well. But let's see if this time they can actually make it work. They have to.
Ooh.
And we talked about Illusion, we talked about the Nautilus as well, both of which has been picked up now by FPX to solidify this composition. They're definitely going to invest a lot in the bottom lane to try and set the tempo here for FPX, because that's the way to go. That's the way that they can win through Kong this time around, as Sky, Chengdel7, and Don128 tries to scale up.
Yeah, and interestingly, it's a lore battle in the bot lane. Lucian versus the guy who stole his wife, who is out now. Lucian versus Thresh, kind of one of the classic matchups here in the bot lane, just like historically in old League of Legends BC. But in the Wild Rift scene, this is a little bit more rare because we don't get to see a lot of Threshes, honestly. He's a very skill dependent champion, and few players would take a Thresh over, say, a Gragas, a Galio, an Alistar, Nautilus. Yeah, a lot of champions are more consistent to play in that support role. But if you are a God Thresh, if you know or can predict where the enemy is going to go with your death sentences, then you could be the reason that your team wins, and that is kind of what J-Team is banking on right now.
Can scale on the armor as well. One of the reasons why we don't really see that much threat is because the lack of tankiness, similar towards a Rakan. But let's see if DY can greatly perform in this champion. Corki, Xayah, double ADC tends to really work against the champions that loves to engage if they are provided a platform to kite away. And DY, starting this game a little bit low on the HP, can be a bad sign, because Kong and Chao will be looking to target him down later on.
Yeah, that is going to be a very tough proposition for X1 to avoid both of them, because he has to avoid damage from Pollution, gotta avoid the all of the CC, the Nautilus basically. So in this game now, the challenge for J-Team is going to be getting to a point where the Xayah and the Corki can deal their damage without being in too much danger. So that is going to be a very kind of a long way into the future. The Shen can't really duel efficiently, especially against an Aatrox, if they do come to blows later. So it's going to be pretty passive here for J-Team.
Great timing there a while ago by the SDY, just trying to get the stun down towards Don128 after the counter-strike has been used to deny some of the follow-up damage coming from Don128. Now the play comes through, Child's still fine, does have the shield to resist the damage here of X1. They're also very successful in shoving this wave out, but a freeze is started by DY. Can indicate that they want to set up here into the bottom lane in preparation for when the CF17 is already level 5.
Yeah, CF17 is going to basically gank with his Sanjay, but before he can even get to that level 5, DY already in danger. Chengdel7 looking for the gank, but there is no wave there to dive. So FPX, they are trying to set up things for this aggressive bot lane once again.
Was an almost engaged. Chao needs to be very careful, of course. The pokes comes through from X1. Chengdel7 gonna be here this time around. Are they going in? Chao missing the dredge line. DY gonna be fine this time around. Chengdel7 just going back into the base to get the items.
Yeah, Chengdel7 definitely wanting to do a little bit more there in bot lane. invested some, quite a bit of time there. And as a jungler, time is resources. You have to be able to farm efficiently while looking for these ganks. And it does look like he is full clear. He's going to be farming efficiently enough. So really not too much gain off his back, but just in case there was an altercation there, he was there. But now the level 5s are coming through. The Stand United should be available as well, so there should be a little bit more caution for FPX when it comes to ganking.
FPX is going to be looking for more aggressive plays this time around. Stand United is going to be used. Kong tries to disengage but will be denied. The taunt is going to be there as well. First blood comes through from J-Team, but at the cost of the Shen dying as well. And FPX looking to recover, looking to get a good engage towards the white time around. Flash going to be used, but gets denied on the escape. Double kill by Sky. Soldier going to be here a little bit late. Gets slowed a little bit. Mentioning those 7 will be fine. But FPX getting the better end of that engage by J-Team.
Yeah, a really decent start there for FPX, but it could... Oh, Shinaz could actually still got that. He's gonna get exhausted though.
And escape. Just a wasted utility there by Soldier. Unfortunate here for J-Team.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. But let's take a look at this because that was so aggressive onto Kong. Stand United, perfect with the taunt. Just barely getting that kill, barely getting out. But then SkyFL was right there. He was able to get that blood drain. And yeah, just FPX doing FPX things there, getting the better end of the deal. And J-Team, I feel like they overcommitted. They overstayed there. Even though, they basically ran off already after CF17 sacrificed himself to get that kill. That's enough, but here.
Next one, receiving quite a bit of damage. World Ender going to be used by Qingdao 7 to run them down! That Storm going to be faster response!
Oh!
And the counter is there! Unfortunate! The tower was targeting this Aatrox, and the kill gifted to X1.
Yep, and that is quite the mistake for FPX. Funneling the gold into X1 like that is not going to be a good thing for their early game proposition, because that does mean that the Saya scales a bit faster, and that's not what you want when the entire goal of J-Team's team composition is to protect that Saya, protect the Porky. Now they are on the Infernal Drake. A little bit late on the uptake on the other guy.
Chow still going with a depth charge. X1 gonna be protected with a Stand United, and this Nautilus is gonna be taken down. Actually, Y as well is trying to target Don 128, but gets counter strike. Instead, still lives, and have taken this Ellie as well. Double objectives for J-Team. It's a disaster for FPX. Now they're gonna be using it into the mid lane to patch this tower up as well. It's a nightmare for FPX. Everything turns into shambles. And everything, the building is on fire.
But this is classic FPX, right? They risk everything for that early game, and that's what they've been doing. They've been risking it. Sometimes it just doesn't work though, because your opponent is a lot more defensive. Look at that, just look at that. They tried to go for it, but they were too late on that Rip Herald pick. So J-Team was able to respond really quickly, even with that counter-strike. Nobody was there to, fight alongside him. So Don 128 was just left to languish, left to die in the dust there. With that double objective start, J-Team now have about a 3,500 gold lead. They're going to extend that even more in in the next fights if they can control those fights.
BX will be looking to bounce back into this game, but it's so difficult to stand around with the double scaling championship of J-Team as well. Soldier starting to deal damage, even if his Vitamin hasn't transformed into Muramana just yet. We see him having more confidence this time around to poke the members here of FPX, possibly good on him as well. Can be fully utilized later on, but first to poke and burst the members here of FPX. And DY this time around has been more stable on the threshold.
Yeah, he has been. Oh, did they actually get that steal? Oh, hang on, Don 128. Getting ganked, but he should be able to get out alive. CF17 though is going to be very dangerous here.
Has helped out with the Stand United and will punish the re-engage by long 128. This time around, SDY is going to be countered out though by Shindle 7. At least a 1-for-1 trade, and CF17 just going to walk away for now. DY trying to protect the Zaya to stand united again! And the Nautilus will be picked off. Sky is left alone. This tower should fall.
Yeah, and that is the advantages of picking Shen. He was just in the top lane, but now he's in the bot lane to stand united to help out the homies. That is the way to go. But because of that, the tower will fall in the top lane as well. A good trade for towers, but it is basically damage control now for FPX. They're still going for these, you know, aggressive advances here, but because of the lead of J-Team, it's not really working all too well. So FPX, they need to capitalize on a mistake this time instead of trying to create opportunities for J-Team to make the mistakes.
FPX have been put down a lot already here in this game. 4,000 gold deficit. J-Team establishing great control all throughout this game. They can continue to get dragon stacks now after that incredible start a while ago. Everything just started rolling for J-Team after them getting the dragon, getting the RH, getting the kills, getting outplayed, especially by SZY, and getting the tower as well. After that, it has been a loop for FPX in getting back here in this game. They haven't found any opportunities yet, but you can never discount them, especially in this game, because they have invested 3 scaling champions here. The Vladimir can deal massive damage later on, especially that it's being piloted by Sky. This Aatrox by Shindle 7 can land the source later on towards J-Team.
Yeah, that is a very huge possibility, but J-Team, they can just stifle that. If they start to regress more and more, if they start to be the ones who are proactive, FPX, you know, they want to fight. So if they do fight, they will maybe overcommit. That's something that they tend to do here, just to try to get more kills. So something I have to be really, really aware of. And of course, J-Team is very aware of that. They need to know where that thresh is going to be. And when he sweeps... Oh, that damage.
Shadow is going to be in a lot of trouble still. It's taking too much damage! And J-Team going to be happy with him engaging. Everything to that death instead. And this dragon should be on the table now by J-Team. FPX, they want to contest, but they couldn't. Now mid lane is being pushed. Kong is in a bad spot. Soldier, though, is overextended. Still trying to get the kill onto Kong. Unable to get the missile barrage. And will be picked out instead. J-Team still committing onto the Dragon. CF17 should get this. They are giving some kills towards FPX. They're fine with it, though. They are just that ahead. B1.
They are that ahead.
That's gonna be used. Counter-Strike no longer available. DY, though, is in the vicinity. Will help out. But disengage comes through from SZY.
Yeah, SZY is pretty big as a Redactor right now. In relation to the Jax that is a level behind. But here's Shindle 7, who's a level ahead.
Will be committing. Dashes through the terrain. SZY doesn't have information, but gets to see the Aatrox engage. Will be just disengaging. DY is setting up 4x1. As Blast going to be there as well. They need to really engage towards FPX this time around. It's they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they do have the numbers advantage, but FPX, they don't want any of this. They don't want any of this engaged. They don't want to risk anything more than they should, than they feel comfortable with, because they know that if they make more mistakes than J-Team, we're just going to scale faster and faster. It really is up to FPX to find, a pick here or a pick there, but they're not roaming around as 5 as they used to, because they have to defend those lanes. Because J-Team, they are, State Conference teams. The meta is to focus on the macro.
FPX, I think they have to stall for a while. They don't really have the damage just yet. It's also great though that Sky has been getting 3 kills, being able to scale faster than usual. Can be useful later on for the next team fight. Every is allowed to actually engage onto the back line of J-Team. So far, it has been prevented multiple times. FPX unable to find an opening. J-Team has been playing this very methodically. Going this towards their advantage, just letting X1 scale, just letting him kite as well.
And X1 is pretty much untouchable now. With as much protection as he has, he's got Thresh, the Lantern out. He's got, of course, the Featherstorm. He's got, of course, the Stand United, just in case he gets really bad position. The speed up position.
Yeah, they get set up. Chengdo7 gonna be in a bad spot, immediately killed off. CF17 also escaping, and then goes in right back to Stand United onto X1. Soldier still committing onto Sky though, will be disengaged. FPX got caught, got punished, now being baited right back in because Baron's gonna be started here by JT.
And that's what I'm saying. X1 is basically untouchable. They tried to put everything they could onto that X1 basket, but they still couldn't get the kill on the Saya. And that means that that Baron is going to be going J Team's way. Let's take a look at that again, because you'll notice, yeah, they did get engaged on the double taunt, but then X1 here on the other side, he's already taken that Lucian down to town, half health before he could really even do anything. And then they tried to go on him, but then the Stand United and the Featherstorm just kept him safe as ever. They couldn't touch X1, and the rest of the team just swooped in, and J Team found the right fight for them. This is the way for them to go. Protect the Saya comp. That is how to beat the aggression that is FPX.
8,000 going 9,000 gold lead. Looking to close out this game, but X1 this time around is going to be prevented from fully engaging. They actually take him down.
He's out.
Despite the Stand United, Chengdo7 still going to be walking away. SDY is doing a really good job. The hook is coming through. Don 128 trying to survive with a counter strike, but will be denied of it as well. Chow's going to be next. J Team, after losing X1, is just infuriated, now engaging again towards FPX, trying to take this tower down. Inhib should fall unless Kong and Sky can actually do something about it. And that sentence sentences him to death, burning as well to the grave. And Sky trying to go with the Blood Bowl is able to escape, but Chengdo7 doing a really good job in defending this tower as well as clearing out the wave. J Team still has them by the hand.
And now J Team are gonna go for the Dragon Soul. There's nothing that FPX can do about it. This mountain is there. Chengdo7 getting zoned out by SZY right now. And even though they were able to get the pick onto X1, they burned so many resources that they weren't able to fight back after that. I mean, look at this replay. They already got the initial damage, and then the shield came in. And then, yeah, they were able to get him. But then look at where Soldier is. He's free hitting from the back, getting that. As well as SZY cutting the fight in half, zoning out 3 members of FPX. They weren't able to commit to that fight as they might have wanted to, because they wanted to commit onto the squishier members. But no, there was a Protected, Indominus, in stasis in front of them.
And it's such a great adjustment that J Team has made. Take note that they hovered the Aatrox a while ago, but quickly shifted into a Xayah pick that now is being protected by so many members here of J Team. This time around, Chengdo7 might be the bad spot. Chow gonna be initiated though, is forced to use that depth charge just for the disengage, but that sentence instead to death. DY going in the front line still does have decided to protect him as well. Sky just gonna be moving back as well. SZY winning this time around against Don 128. The whole team of FPX is struggling in this game.
Yep, 11,000 gold lead at 16 minutes, and J Team, they are starving FPX of resources if they can help it. There's not really anything that FPX can farm right now to get them ahead. Look at X1, he is 2 levels ahead of Kong right now, and I can only imagine the items because we can't see them for those for that matchup right now. But you can see that the Corki and Vladimir matchup, man, Soldier is so ahead, so ahead of Sky FL right now. And, well, FPX, they just cannot find a decent pick here because of all the defensiveness that is in J Team's side.
Plus the solo, right? This is a massive win by J Team right now, and FPX are struggling, scavenging, trying desperately, looking for ways for them to be able to bounce back. Soldier has the package, can use it for team fight. They're also waiting for the Elder Dragon to spawn up. This Baron can be their tool to getting that advantage as well for the setup for the Elder Dragon. Finally push this to a game number 3. They're also being very cautious of the movements of FPX. They know that they can still engage onto them. If they get the burst onto X1 and Soldier, that's the time that FPX can actually win and start to bounce back here.
If FPX can get to that point, then maybe there's a chance. But at this point, man, it is getting really dark in the future of FPX. But if they can hang on for maybe 5-6 more minutes, then it is going to be just full level team fights. Then it's it will be more possible for them to win, but the positioning of X1 and Soldier is just impeccable, especially with DY being tip of the spear and
DY? Stun United gonna be used. Sky still trying to disengage. Just have the flash by CF17. Now X1 is gonna be shining. Kong gonna be disengaging. Singdao 7 gonna be taken down. The rest of J Team just gonna be following up, transferring now their might towards Xiao, getting the 3 kills that they need to just run it down mid.
3 kills that they absolutely needed, but that does mean they are going to go for the Elder Drake into maybe Baron and then go for the big Ember.
And FPX cannot do anything but just watch. They tried to engage, get the kill onto SZY, but unable to get the burst. Now they're the ones who are on the brink of being bursted out by J Team.
Because the base is open, 2 inhibs down, and they're just gonna be going for the Nexus. It's over, and that's going to be game number 2 for J Team. It's 1-1 now, as we see the aggression get countered by just pure defensiveness here on J Team's side.
One way to counter aggression is protection, and that's what's present here for J Team. They protected the backline, they protected Soldier and X1, and had a platform laid out for them to just free hit confidently for all of the fights. We're having our first series right now. Well, first 3-game series for tonight. It's no longer a 2-0 sweep by the whole schedule, and J Team has done incredibly well to make it happen. A convincing victory against FPX, managing their aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, that is one of the ways that you could really counter that aggressive playstyle, is by putting a lot of eggs into protection, investing a lot of champion picks into protection for your damage dealers. You don't really need, a heavy bruiser for the top lane. Sometimes you can just have a tank. You don't really need a carry jungler. Sometimes you can just have a Shen. And that's why for the longest time Shen was kind of a priority ban for a lot of CN conference teams, is because he could do exactly that. He could be helping out in the top lane with a gank, and then he can immediately, if they're trying to engage on the bot lane, boom, stand united, and he's right there with a shield, and then he taunts you. And FPX learned that the hard way, and that kind of all stemmed from that kind of botched fight early on. That gave J Team the confidence and the lead, a little bit of a lead to keep going and extend that lead. Look at the damage by Soldier and X1.
This game also is a little bit more extended than game number 1, but convincing as hell, as J Team got everything that they needed to set the game rolling for their carries as well. Soldier getting 28,000 damage, X1 just 5,000 below that, but still very impactful here for this team to push this to a game number 3. 18 kills compared to the 5 only that FPX has gotten is definitely a big impact towards the performance here of FPX.
Yeah, definitely. And with the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality, I mean, you could get, if you're running basically the same composition, you could get figured out pretty fast. And that's what J Team did. They figured out the weaknesses in FPX's composition, in their philosophy, and they exploited it. Look, Singdao 7 didn't even do as much damage as the Shen, and that's an Aatrox. That's kind of tragic. Kong 0-4-3 just immediately got gapped, because from that very first blood, he was not really able to compete against the Saya X1. The damage, 23k there, and it is going to be X1 who is the MVP. He was the protected class there, the baby boy of J Team.
An incredible performance, of course, after being able to just free hit in the entire game. Massive damage secured as well. 6th MVP secured as well by X1. And let's see if J-Team can complete this reverse sweep against FPX, or will it be denied by FPX come game number 3. We'll just go in a short break and be back after this.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake. On first day like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Alright, here we are, ladies and gents, for the final game of the night here between J-Team and FPX. I'm G10 Cabracho, with me is Giyang. And, well, J-Team did a really good job at defending against the aggression in game number 2. Can they do the same here in game number 3? Let's get to the picks and bans already. All the bans are coming together.
And FPX this time are on blue side as well. By Lee Sin and Zai gonna be respected, focusing so much on CF17 and X1. And this time, J-Team is not gonna be allowed to have the protection for the backline. Or FPX might want to try on the Hecarim this time around after seeing it unbanned by J-Team.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Putting Xingdao 7 on a Hecarim. This man who wants all of the early game advantages on the Hecarim, who is one of the well, he's not super early game, but he can, you know, as soon as level 3 hits, he can immediately go into gank mode. They have to be really on point with their, you know, tracking of Xingdao 7 if they want to avoid him.
Aatrox as well gonna be secured here for CF17. Finally gets his hands on this champion as well. He has been craving to get on the Darkened Blade and just slash through the members here of FPX. But the Vladimir as well is gonna be secured here by SkyFL. Having to look for avenues this time around to pop off, especially that X1 no longer has the Xayah and CF17 doesn't have the Shen to protect X1. Let's see with the Nautilus, and if J-Team is going to secure their mid laner as well, because Zoe's still available. Soldier can use this in order to control SkyFL. But looks like they are still pursuing on the Shen and just send this Aatrox towards SZY.
That does seem like the proposition here. That seems like what's happening for J-Team. Aatrox in the top lane, not nearly as common as it used to be back in Season 1 of the WRL-A, but definitely something to think about. It can be countered here by FPX if they pick an early game champion. There are a bunch of ones available. There's a Camille, Renekton of course is still up. If they want to go the Jax route like they did earlier, they could go the Jax, but I don't think that may be the play here. Fiora as well is still up. A lot of very decent options into this Aatrox, but looking at the bans, taking out the Zoe there for Soldier, taking out the Ashe for Kong, taking out the Ezreal as well. Man, Ezreal Nautilus is one of those lanes that you really have to be scared of when you play against FPX.
Let's see if FPX would still be able to pierce through the protection here of J-Team, especially that the Shen is picked up already here for CF17. Great adjustment taking down this Gwen as well, because Soldier can actually still fully utilize this champion if ever and continue to scale up. But Corki is going to be invested here for Soldier once again to continue dealing the damage towards FPX. But FPX getting the severe would be an interesting take, especially if they invest on the movement speed to buff up the horsey. JP
oh yeah,
needs to have more protection here if ever, because this Hecarim is just gonna rage onto them.
The move speed, more move speed. What has more move speed? Sivir for Kong. That's going to be a very dangerous spot in there. Sivir plus Nautilus, that's something that can be abused by FPX early on, but I mean, they are still going for the protection composition here with the Shen, with the Braum. This time not a Xayah, but a Lucian, as well as a Corki coming out for J-Team. So this is still going to be a very defensive composition, and now it just comes down to the early game. Is FPX going to try to abuse the early game weaknesses of this really hard scaling composition, especially before the Shen gets his stand united?
I mean, this is a great investment by J-Team. Great adjustment still, especially after X1 lost his Xayah. Still can be set out with a great platform, especially with the protection here of the Braum and the Shen. And Soldier will be continuing to set his dominance against the Vladimir of SkyFL. We have seen that in game number 1, but everything is on the line this time around for FPX. Let's see if this is going to be pushed through by FPX to have a better scoreline here in this tournament, or J-Team will be allowed to continue participating for the playoffs if they get this win as well.
Yeah, because J-Team, if they lose this match, they are going to be in that elimination zone. I think it is going to be Woohoo Gaming, I think, that gets bumped up. Yeah, that's going to be Woohoo Gaming who gets bumped up if J-Team falls here. So it is kind of their do or die situation here. But FPX, they definitely want as many wins as they can. They want to tie up Edward Gaming in the number of wins. And man, Soldier on the Corki last game, 32% damage. Now he is having a little bit of difficulty against SkyFL, but that's completely fine for the early game because it is a Vladimir.
Oh yeah, I mean, early game, this is just gonna be a passive lane here for Sky, at the very least. Bottom lane, though, can be a different story. DY not hit by the red line, unfortunately for Chow. But might be much better here for him as well. Ska is just able to land the ricochet damage there onto X1 and DY, poking them out, but has to be very careful, of course, on the burst of this Lucian.
Yeah, because that's one of the things that you can do as a Sivir is you can poke through the wave by throwing your ricochet through it, but on the other side, X1 can just, lay down actual damage on you, especially if you don't hit the boomerang blade. You'll be behind in the trade there. So, that being said, man, this is looking like a little bit more of a peaceful early game at the very least for the first minute and a half. I do expect that to change once the Skulls have been taken here by both junglers. So, yep, you can already see it. Level 4, Shingdao 7 looking for an invade, maybe get here out the SZY. Just trying to irritate CF17 a little bit, draw SZY to him. With the help of God, he can just kind of bully this enemy jungler a little bit.
J-Team looking to maybe re-enter here towards Shingdao 7. The flash gonna be invested to take the kill down. That's first blood by J-Team. Looking to continue onto this fight. Sky is still gonna be here with the blood pool as well, trying to deal damage here with Dawn 128 flashing in as well, getting the trade here 1-for-1 at the very least. Soldier still pre-hitting, SCY still surviving, and Dawn gonna be initiated again, getting the kill. Another Darkened Blade, securing a triple kill here for J-Team. 3-1 start is a disaster again for FPX.
A 3-1 start. Let's take a look at that again, because FPX, that was a little bit iffy for them. That was a beautiful, beautiful taunt immediately. Hecarim out of the fight. And they fought for so long here. They lasted so long. But ultimately, Dawn was just not tanky enough to resist it. And Soldier got that last hit, and then he got this other one out the sky. I felt, man, this Corki just got the most massive lead that he could ever ask for, and that just translates into this gank in the bottom lane.
Now they're not done. Chow gonna be pinned down once more. And Soldier's here as well just to help out. J-Team getting the early game. They're the ones being aggressive this time around.
Yeah, it feels like a switch up of roles. It is now J-Team who are looking for every single early game advantage, early game kill that they can get, and FPX, they're the ones left holding the bag. Like, where the heck did we go wrong? Already an almost 2,000 goal lead here on the favor of J-Team, while FPX are really not able to respond much to it at the moment, even with the Hecarim.
Sky as well having such a hard time here in the mid lane, especially with Soldier being fed by so much. Yeah, the kills, the participation, the damage, the items being picked up, and now Sky has to really be protected this time around, but they're going to be going towards Xiao. Still is able to disengage, especially that he does have a shield. Should be fine. But J-Team is continuing on the aggression now.
Yep, it is the continuation of the aggression, and I feel like, J-Team is saying, how does it feel to be on the other side of the coin? And the shoe is on the other foot now. It is us in the driver's seat. We are the early game team, and not you. And that just came from that misstep in that first scuffle, where it was the Hecarim who got caught first, and then everything fell apart. It was a 2 versus 3, and even though they got 1 kill, that was not enough. That was not enough. And with that Corki being 2-0, 2-0-2, Manamune already completed, this is going to be a very dangerous Corki.
Especially when we reach like 10 minutes, 12 minutes, J-Team's composition will scale even more. Especially that they do have an Aatrox. Dawn with 8 is struggling, but this time Soldier gonna be in a bad spot. Still is able to be protected here by DY. Sky trying to get in a great position. SCY is gonna be joining them at X1, showing in the culling. They have to disengage. That's the ult coming through from the Hecarim, but still unable to deal damage. Gets picked up instead, and SCY actually flashing in. They are gonna be transferring their will towards this Rift Herald and will be taking it for J-Team. And nobody died in the process too. DY was close to dying, but still is able to survive. Now this tower should fall down.
Yep, that tower is going to be gone. Double objective start for J-Team. They didn't even lose DY. He was 1 HP. Let's take a look at that again. because it looked like FPX had the drop on them, but it was just a split fight. Dawn was on the top side. G2B, he's not a very tanky horse, not yet. So going into like 4 people, even with the onslaught of shadows, it's basically a death sentence for yourself. So very unfortunate that was how that shook out. They didn't focus the Rift Herald first because they could have done that and then went for the fight and then turned, but they chose to turn, but in 2 different directions. Maybe a case of miscommunication there for FPX.
And now this is going to be such a tough spot for them. Look at DY just being very, very comfortable going against 3 members of FPX with no one there to actually go with the stand behind me. TF17 is there though. So that might be just some respect by FPX on the follow-up. 5,000 or 4,300 gold lead rather here by J-Team is just a magnificent start coming in from them. Now Soldier though is gonna be initiated once more. Stand United gonna be used again, and the protection is like VIP suddenly gets threatened and the bodyguards are just there to protect him.
Yeah, and they even get DY out of there because he Valkyries out, and then the stand behind me gets DY out. So it's like you have the bodyguard for the front and the bodyguard for the back, but Sky FL gets aggressed there.
This time DY though being aggressed once more. Low HP, but still very fine. Because now they can actually dive with CS17 helping them out and just get the kill on the 4 seed. And this tower should fall down as well. J-Team accelerating this game even more. And FPX might be trying to answer back here into the top lane. SDY can be initiated. Chao's having the depth chart to knock him up in CC chain. Protection though is just gonna be there. And it's never enough. FPX tried their best, but it's not enough to take down this Aatrox.
That is just the most unfortunate thing because FPX, they are investing so much into these attempted picks, into these dives, just for J-Team to either rebut them and give them nothing, or for J-Team to get the upper hand and actually get the kills. And it's just so frustrating, I would think, on the side of FPX, because this is not how this composition was supposed to go. With the Hecarim, they're supposed to be the ones who have priority. They're supposed to be the ones who are getting those better ganks, but I feel like, you know, Xingdao7 just did not have his priorities straight as a Hecarim. He, after he got killed in the top lane, he just really did not do all too much.
4 members to SCY. Let's see if he's gonna be able to survive this time or not, because he has the damage, has the bumps as well. The lifesteal and the shield protect the president, and this time the president is gonna be attacking as well. And FPX calls the Mayday and just walks away as well. Unfortunate and unsuccessful on that attempt. 4 versus 1. Oh.
4 versus 1, and at the end of the fight, he barely lost any HP because of the lives. Look at how much life he's gaining back. Full health bar once again. And then just FPX running for the hills because they cannot fight after that. At 7,000 gold lead at 9 minutes, things are falling apart brick by brick here for FPX.
J-Team having such control in this game right now. FPX becoming desperate minute by minute, seeing more pressure and losing more as well in the process as they try to get something towards J-Team. This protect composition is starting to get in the nerves here of FPX as well. Chao getting initiated, getting stunned, getting knocked off, and gonna get taken down. Forced to flash away, but still is gonna be picked off by Soldier. Just such an unfortunate event here for FPX.
And that's just kind of the theme for this game, is unfortunate events for FPX unfolding every single time. Now Xingdao7, he's trying to look for a steal, but he gets spotted out, and this might even be his death here.
They're just gonna be chasing him down. Xing7 untouched by the missile barrage, so it's gonna be fine. Not really. The Dragon secured here by J-Team. Soul Point already with 8,000 gold lead. It's not really a good spot for FPX at all.
Yeah, you could say that again. I feel like that's the understatement of the day here. This is not the best spot for FPX to be in. But man, did J-Team learn from that first game? I gotta commend them, because when they you know, figured out what FPX was doing and how they could counter it, that is just been their formula, and FPX have not really evolved. They haven't really changed at all to fit or to counter the game plan that JT has.
And it's as if J-Team planted the Hecarim to be picked up here by FPX. It's down. Dawn is just gonna die. Nothing that he can do in that spot as well. And just going back towards the Hecarim pick, you don't see any ways that Chengdao 7 can actually impact fights, especially this time around with so many deaths under his name, with J-Team just denying all of his engages as well, and just getting the kills towards Sim when he engages. It's a sad proposition here for FPX this time, and J-Team continues to scale. They have the champions to work in the late game, and FPX, not much really, except for Sky.
Yeah, it is just Sky who's the shining beacon here, but even he is underpowered, underleveled. He's a level behind CF17 right now. The jungler, you're supposed to be the mid laner. So yeah, Chengdao 7 is even getting denied farm left and right because of the confidence CF17 has to go into their jungle. There is no consequences for overextending here for J-Team, and they're, speaking of overextending, they're just gonna go for the 12-minute Baron.
They will try to take this down. Chengdao 7 is in the vicinity, trying to look for an angle that he can actually turn, but J-Team is the one that turns and goes straight to the members here of FPX. Bottom is being pushed here by Sky. Maybe can actually do something about this to Scavenge, as the team of FPX is looking to stall, preventing them, poking them. Kong is going to be here as well. Chengdao 7 going to be spotted out by SCY, but J-Team turns once again, gets a kill onto the Severe, and now Dawn 128 is going to be next alongside with Chengdao 7 as the Baron is being secured by J-Team, and untouched as well, secured by this team. FPX getting something though in the bottom lane might be a great indication for Sky after being injected with so much gold. Gets a second tower as well.
Yeah, man. The second tower, sure. A lot of gold, sure, but is that going to be enough to burst down a priority target like X1, a soldier? So I highly doubt it, especially with how protected they are. So FPX really just has to concede a lot of these objectives, these towers, because they're simply not they're not strong enough to do anything about it, unless they, you know, they get a miracle catch or they prey on the weakness. But here, Miracle Fisher,
J-Team looking to resist. Oh, the damage is just too much from J-Team. What was that coming from the Corki? Dude, and FPX has no reason to stay at all. They have to give this tower away, and J-Team is just gonna be happily taking it.
that is just insanity here for J-Team. They're dotting every I, crossing every T here. They're opening up the base little by little. Their soul point is next. It's going to be the Ocean Drake, and 1-11 with 9,000 gold lead. I don't think they can really do much to contest this Drake, which is a problem because, yeah, at this point, the soul being on J-Team's side just kind of guarantees them the win, because they can last longer in a prolonged battle in a poke situation because of that Ocean Soul.
Back-to-back soul secured by J-Team is an exponential growth by this team. To secure it, it's so difficult. Many teams have tried but unable to, but this time J-Team's gonna be doing it back-to-back. And FPX has to back as well. They cannot contest J-Team at all in any of these fights. Give it away, give this objective away, and let J-Team just take it.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that is something that is not up to FPX. Even if Chengdao 7 wanted to be the hero, it is too little too late. There is the Ocean Soul will be picked up here for J-Team, and even though FPX are trying to get a little bit of macro going, get a tower or two, it simply is not enough to shore up that difference in stats and in gold. Look at, 6,500 gold, sure, but they have Dragon Soul right now, so that is a lot more gold on the table that is not being accounted for just in terms of raw stats. Archon trying to engage.
Yeah, not really, but look at the damage by Soldier. Oh my dear lord! Just deals nuclear damage at this point. Those missiles are not the missiles we see on the lore this time. It is just tar bombs at this point. And J-Team looking to get this tower as well into the bottom lane. They have the waves crashing it there as well. Top lane is the only one remaining alive. Shangdo 7 going in definitely will regret it. Gets taunted. And SDY just gonna be dealing damage onto them as well. Landing the sword. FPX though. The Sky goes in. Gets obliterated. What was that from J-Team? They didn't felt anything from the Vladimir.
Yeah, that Vladimir just evaporated like blood drying in the sun. That was painful to watch, but now that does open up the Baron once again, and look at how quickly that Baron disappears. It's already gone before FPX can even dream of putting vision on it. So with that Baron coming in, Elder Drake in a couple of minutes, FPX are on death row now. J-Team is the executioner.
They are executing FPX in a dominating way as well. Soul, Baron, they can wait for the Elder, but they don't really need it at all at this point. They're too strong, too far ahead. 13-1 kill score. FPX has only secured 1 kill, and that's the first fight a while ago in the topside river. The 3-for-1 exchange is the only kill they have made, and now Khan's gonna be in a bad spot this time around. That's a glacial picture gonna be used for the disengage. Still, they try and access the back line, but it's never gonna be enough. SCY is gonna be here this time around, and everyone is just obliterated. And J-Team just finishing up this ace, and will finish up this game, the series, the reverse sweep by J-Team, and in a dominating and convincing way as well. They're just waiting for the wave. They can be as patient as they want because it's already the series sender. Execute for the Corki is a little bit bad touch, but it's okay because J-Team has got the series going.
A huge reverse sweep there for J-Team. They keep themselves safe from the elimination zone, even though FPX will not be on par with EDG in terms of wins. They still put up a pretty good fight. It's just that J-Team needed it more. They wanted it more. They had things on the line. Their position in the playoffs were on the line.
X1.
The dance moves.
Let's go.
The dance moves. X1. He is dancing on the graves of his enemies right there. And that is amazing to see. Yeah. He's got the moves, man. He's got the grooves.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. And he got the fancy feet as well in the game. So he's got the fancy feet in game, fancy feet in real life.
Dancing in game and in real life as well. Definitely an outstanding performance here by not only him, but the rest of J-Team as well. A well-deserved victory, especially in their redemption arc. They are still in this tournament, especially after this win. They beated FPX, the rank 4 in DCN confidence, in a very convincing way as well. It's not a 2-0, but both of the games that they have won was a one-sided beatdown. This strategy is so fun to see, especially with the Braum integrated as well. So many protecting tools. It's going to be very difficult for them to be able to safely pick up the Shen though in the near future. They have to find a different way for their backline to be protected if ever the Shen gets banned away. But in this series, it's not banned away, and they fully utilize this, and that's just amazing.
That was absolutely amazing, and I really have to give props to FPX there for, you know, still fighting back as much as they could. It's just that the composition difference was clear there for J-Team. Look at Soldier. He did even more damages, 44,000 damage in a 17.5-minute game. What an insane Corki. And that's because he got that very early lead, man. What an insane player. Look at all of those stats. Most kills, most gold, most damage. Soldier. He soldiered on 100%. Man, it just protect either Soldier or X1 and J-Team will prosper.
J-Team, I'm very excited to see their next games, especially after this incredible victory. An amazing way to redeem themselves. Their next game is going to be on Sunday, to be honest. They're battling against EDG, the team that got inspired with the playstyle of FPX, but has polished it to the T. And on an 8-series win streak so far. Let's see if this time it's gonna be effective against the monster now.
They will have to really adjust a lot of their playstyle like they did here. Because, yeah, it is the same kind of playstyle, but EDG just does it better. Now, Soldier is going to be the MVP. 619, Booyaka Booyaka on the KDA.
Oh, yeah.
43% damage. And pretty much full build at the end of the game. Just lay down the law with the missile barrages. And he was just untouchable for most of the game. And FPX, they have to get back to the drawing board to see how they can kind of counter this version of countering their aggression.
I'm just so happy here for J Team. They've demonstrated a great redemption towards the loss that they've experienced in the other games that they had, and also to be still here in this tournament. It took them a lot, but they managed to make it happen, and I'm just really happy for J Team right now. FPX, even if they lost here, it's not really going to impact their standing because they are on the 4th spot. They basically have secured their spot already, and we'll just run through a couple of their games. Has more games as well. 2 more. One against Woohoo Gaming, one against Team Flash on the last day as well. Today's results are this one. 2-0 by EDG, 2-0 by NAOS Esports. J Team having a 2-1 against FPX.
Yeah, and that has been today's matches. The leaderboards will shuffle just a tiny bit, but that does mean that, yeah, here it is at the end of the day. Really didn't shuffle all too much. J Team just went up above Weibo Gaming, so they are going to keep themselves safe from that playoffs cutoff. EDG is, well, no, FPX, because they lost there, are going to be under KBG, so they're not top 4 anymore. They're in the 5th position under KBG. Of course, EDG going to keep their streak, keep their place, and it's actually really nice symmetry here. 10 wins, 10, 9, 8, 7, and there's 2 7s and a 6. So I kind of like that, but still, it's Thunder Talk and Trace Esports being the teams to beat.
Oh yeah, Thunder Talk only dropping 1 series and not really tarnished much on the points that they have secured. 18 is a very difficult number to reach. Only one team was actually able to have that kind of scoreline last season. That's KBG, since they only dropped 1 game against Nova Esports during game 1. And on the standings here of the APAC, we see a massive growth, of course, by NAOS Esports. Not enough to be on top 1, because KT Roster Y has lesser losses, and KT actually won against NAOS Esports when they matched before.
That's true, but looking at the match differential, NAOS does have a +4, but KT Roster Y is +3, so if KT does lose 1, NAOS will be the top dog, but they are going to advance ahead of G2 Blacklist, because G2 Blacklist did unfortunately lose out to Edward Gaming. But for the rest of this, really not any movement. It was just NAOS and G2 Blacklist who had the games. So tomorrow there will be a lot of movement, because we have Invade Esports versus Cerberus Esports, KT Roster Y versus Nova Esports, OMG versus Trace Esports, and finally KBG versus Thunder Talk. What an action-packed day tomorrow is going to be.
Definitely. KBG versus Thunder Talk. That is a sight to see. Let's see if the top 1 from Season 1 can win against the top 1 here of Season 2 so far in the regular season. Any final words, G10, before we head out?
Man, it was an exhilarating day. Sad to see Blacklist lose, but of course EDG, they are on that uptrend. They have that 8-win streak, and I feel like if they keep going, they could take that all the way to the playoffs and even to the finals. But I am very, very proud of how G2 Blacklist and NAOS were able to perform today. It has been a very fun day of casting and watching these matches with you guys, and yeah, have a very good night. How about you?
Well, for me, it has been an amazing day for me as well. It's a great time shoutcasting alongside with you, G10, and more to see tomorrow's Master 4 series again tomorrow, and we'll see you after this one. Good night, everybody, and see you again on to the next video.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.